Good afternoon, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation or around the world. Welcome to Darebin on a delightful mid-March Sunday in Melbourne's Northern Quarter. The sun is shining, the court is fresh, the players are ready. It is round two, it is match day 2 for some Series Futsal Leagues Cup action. And Footscray, who are already one up, are looking for a quick fire second. And it's cleared off the line the first, and then Caliotti, who got this game going, steered the second over the bar in quick succession. The first all-championship encounter for the earliest of early kickoffs on your Sunday afternoon. What a day of futsal we're in for. A truly mega set of matchups. My name's Ethan Rigg, as always, and welcome here to Darebin. Braybrook side who are bottom of the championship, a Footscray side who hadn't had the start to the season that they envisioned. They got themselves going in recent league action, weren't in action in the week just gone. They're finally up and running for the new campaign, and they are looking to get themselves going in the cup as they did in the league a fortnight ago. Braybrook, on the other hand, they got a point on opening night. That's been their only real slither of positivity so far in this new season, in the calendar year of 2026. They find themselves a goal down. They find themselves in need of answers, in need of not a silver lining just yet. We're far too early into the year to call it that, but in need of some sort of steam, some sort of fuel to fire them along. But this is a Footscray side who have been quite vocally unimpressed with the start they've made to the season. They wanted to be higher than where they are at this point in time. Promotion playoff makers, season 1 of last year. They missed out on a dramatic final day in season 2. On the flip side of it, they lost out to Arians in a real seesaw of an affair where we had 4 teams going for one promotion playoff spot. It was true chaos. But since then, they find themselves at the wrong end of the table in the relegation playoff places in the championship. Not quite the playoffs that they're looking for, but at the moment in the cup, they just want to get themselves underway. Beaten by Melbourne Aku last time. Braybrook were beaten as well in their opening cup bout against Kensington. So both in need of a lift in this particular competition, and how good it is to have cup futsal back with us in Darebin, back with us on the broadcast as well. And we hope it's a special day. Some mega fixtures coming up later on today. Kensington and Boline get their first look at each other this season. Fitzroy and Moreland meet for the second take. That kick-starting the second string of cup fixtures after a break. But in the meantime, Footscray a goal up in the early kickoff, courtesy of Edward Caliotti. And they've been in relative control. Jing He had a couple of early moments, but he's found a lovely ball down the line. The return for him, and it is 2. And it's a fabulous Footscray move. Beautifully worked and tidily finished. The keeper, who has been no stranger to a venture, who kick-started the move, then applies the finishing touch to it. And Footscray, who had won with a composed, calm finish, now find themselves with a quick fire double. That a more sweeping sense of futsal fandom. And now they're on for a third. And some way, somehow, it's bundled in. Block on the line to deny Amador, but Caliotti's there to turn in his second. And Footscray with a quick 1-2 punch have 3. This, the starts that they had envisioned. 3 up in 5.5 minutes. Talk about a rebound. And talk about a side who are rejuvenated. Now, what a difference a win makes. Side ball was taken a touch too quickly for Michael Ciaris's liking. Not once, but twice. There's a need to slow things down, and finally, Cal could get things underway. Worked his way back to him. He wanted to set it for Jing He, who is searching for a double for himself. Already in this early stage. A plethora of substitute options for Alexander Stojanovski, who is interim, acting as gaffer while he nurses an injury. For Braybrook, only 2 on the bench. And that may not become too frequent an issue. Cup game's more quick fire. Though, if there is to be some unwanted red mist, if there's some unwanted focal and firm fervour, then maybe that might become a talking point later on. Again, it's sent long. Taipei wanted to work a yard and was unable to do so. You can see the rapidness with which those changes will be made. That's the affordability of many more on the bench. There's Amador. Went for Wong. Turned there for Amador once more. Had Jing He on the switch. Footscray playing fifth man. That one short of the keeper. And for Braybrook, this has not gone the way they wanted it to so far. Hit with a quick-fire trio. That's a beauty of a turn from Mutabazi. And a good challenge in the end from the recently introduced Kevin Mohal. Braybrook just with a bit of ascendancy. Here is Mutabazi again. Face to face with Mohal. Tried to go through the legs, was unable to do so. Move was kept alive by Fan. And then found the arms of He, who's quick to go for Mohal, who is motoring and couldn't sort his feet out and then couldn't keep it in. It opened up so quickly on the counter. Braybrook caught short at the back. Now flung long towards Taipei. Sent it back for Hai Fan. And physically across was Frost. And then clipped down the line by Wong, and Mohal nipped in ahead of Mutabazi. A really, really hot start to Sunday. And what is proving to be, albeit slightly mild, but a magnificent day here in Darebin, as they all are in this particular part of the world. What a blessing it is to be able to broadcast this kind of day to you, as that was not quite over the halfway line when Jing He took a touch on it. Braybrook weren't in too much of a hurry to get things going once more. Mutabazi couldn't slide it through. Mohal got a foot in. Frost then lost out to Hai Fan. Amador threaded it smashingly. Mohal was unselfish and was rewarded for it with a tap-in. Footscray walking a fourth. And Kevin Mohal, who kept his wits about him to square it for Frost. The angle was a little bit too tight, so then gave a joyous return. And they have four before the halfway stage and are running riot. There is a renewed rejuvenation about this group, and that's a tidy touch to find Frost, who worked it one more for Wong, whose touch was heavy. As Wong cut it out again, moved it on to Mohal. Footscray happy to take their time. As Suarez moved it on to Mohal. Set back for Brian Suarez. Mohal, who lost his footing momentarily. Footscray just taking the sting out of the game now, taking their time. The 4-goal buffer providing patience. Frost has a hit from range! And was not a million miles away. And that kind of ambition was applauded by Stojanovski and the bench. The side who have got renewed fire, really. That's a good win from Suarez. Now Wong. Mohal. Just taking their time to work a way through. Suarez once more. Wong, and now Jing He is gone. Footscray go fifth man again. Frost clipped across. Jing He was on his own. It then broke for Wong off the parry, who took his time, and then when he pulled the trigger, Had the angle closed too far. Corner taken quickly. Set for Suarez, whose effort was blocked. Perhaps a late Braybrook arrival. As Jing He fancied a hit. There's a good block from Newen. Footscray have a corner. Taken short for Suarez. Oh, beauty! A searing hit. And they have a fab fifth in next to no time, before half time. The kind of start Footscray were hoping for. Braybrook shell-shocked, in need of a way back into the game, in need of some sort of positivity. As Mohal on for Suarez. Now Frost. Set it back for Jing He. Mohal, who was pressed by Jimmy Newen, who got a foot in. He happy to reset. Wong, beauty. Brilliant turn from Frost. Now, was there a hand involved? There is some protest. There is some discussion from the two officials. Nothing doing. Jimmy Newen was nearly sent down the line, and Wong was there to recover and then prevent the corner. But couldn't clear it any further than Tran. Min Newen. Loricella. Couldn't work it out. Wong threaded it for Frost down the line. Frost worked to yards. And Newen had to block. Suarez, Mohal. Footscray have a corner and they want timeout. A fast start to Sunday. Stojanovski's team have flown out of the traps, and already at the start, as we head to timeout, it's Braybrook 0, Footscray 5. We return from timeout for the first time this afternoon. Footscray corner taken quickly for Wong, who's hit the post. Frost with some tidy footwork on the follow-in, and somehow, someway, they can't turn it in. It was a well-worked set piece. And to be fair to Tran, the save the first and the second time were good. It was frantic and chaotic. He was able to keep his cool and prevent Footscray from finding a sixth. And again, they go for fifth man. Wong on for track. Wong encouraged to carry. Set it for Suarez instead, who was pressed and nearly had his pocket picked, but was able to recycle it. That's a beauty of a ball from Wong. Track once more, whose touch was a little loose, then got around High Fan, but couldn't find a way beyond Josh Loricella. High Fan went to dink it for Jimmy Newen. Read well by Wong, set back by Track. Now Suarez, who went searching for Frost. And Jing He was off his line momentarily, invited the shot. But it was rather tamed from Min Newen in the end. There's Suarez. Wong. Jing He. Frost. And Track at the back post. Just darted centrally too early. It was another searing Footscray move. As Jing He had a hit. Oh, it's a good save as well. It took an uncomfy bobble just before it found its way to Tran, who dealt with it tidily. With Suarez, Wong, Track. Suarez. Track once more. This is patient from Footscray. And Frost couldn't get around High Fan. Track. On the switch was he, and the ball was a little loose, but he'll be the first one back to recover and keep and find Suarez, who steered it. Oh, it's lovely. And Frost's footwork let him down to finish off what would have been such a sweet move. Here's Wong, who's happy to take his time. Track. Footscray being patient. Is there one last exclamation point to what has been a fabulous first half for them? Suarez. Frost. Got around High Fan. Set it back for Wong. Out the other way for Track. Wong. Intricate. Suarez held off well. And got it back once more. And then went to thread it for Track. It took a flick. It will be a corner. Corner fizz towards the near post, and they'll do it all over again. This time out for Jing He, who had advanced once more. Suarez. On for He, whose touch was firm enough. Wong set it for Track, and then got it back. We are happy to take all the time and all the sting out of the game. Suarez to start the next wave. Wong, Track. Frost. Got around High Fan. And this for a side who got their first championship points of the season only 2 weeks ago. They had to wait until autumn had begun. And now they are looking to make up for some lost summer sun. Suarez. For Frost, now Track. Such a patient, calm style of futsal the Footscray are playing. At the moment, Stojanovski must be loving what he is seeing as Wong went to thread it. Nearly broke for High Fan. Braybrook had not one but two looks at winning it back, and then it broke for Track, who fancied a shot on the turn and steered his effort wide. High Fan went down the line for Laricella. And a good pick from Suarez, who dispossessed Newen. The strike from Cagliotti was wide. He is hat-trick hunting. Wanting to get one before the break. There's Laricella. They just about worked themselves out of a precarious situation. Went down the line for High Fan, but it had too much on it. There's Track. Again, Footscray slow the game almost to a stop. Cagliotti. Amador couldn't give it back to him. But they will not mind one bit at this point in time. As he on for Track once more. A really fast and fiery first half, and a lovely sidestep and a good readjustment. It then broke for Cagliotti, who set it back for Track, who worked it for Amador, who only found the arms of Tran, who flung for Richard Newen. Couldn't steer it beyond Track, and now Amador, who sidestepped around one and then kept it rolling. Track once again. Footscray just hunting. Amador. Track, can they take one more to half time? Cagliotti dropped it off for Amador. Jinghe's now come to play fifth. Lovely ball to find Cagliotti, who went the back heel. And the net is vacant. Haifan had a hit, and that's a brilliant save from Jinghe in readjustment. In retreat as well. Can Braybrook blemish the clean sheet before half time? Newen's corner. Went with height. Richard Newen was lurking, and the header was not far away. That's the best they have carved from the first half. As Cow. Track. Footscray happy to let the seconds tick by. What a half it's been for them. A 5-star opening to Sunday from Footscray. An opening period of pressure, of persistence, and of some devastation in the end. They have been ruthless to kickstart this game. They flew out of the traps and did not look back. Half-time in Darabin. It's Braybrook 0, Footscray 5. Return from half-time for the first time this afternoon. Footscray with a 5-star first half showing, and Alexander Stojanovski has seen enough. The manager has places to be and people to see by the looks of it. has to make way, although his side will be thrilled. And Braybrook have an early look, and Jing He makes a good save to deny Nguyen. Within a matter of seconds, they wanted to chip in to the 5 goals they have to make up. First half where they didn't show much attacking guile. They set him and had to withstand wave on wave of Footscray forward pressure, but they will be hoping to claw something from this game. As Nguyen unable to spin Amador, Caliotti set it back for Hancox, who gave it away. And now Haifan is charging, and he denies well. Hancock's mopped up. Chipped it for Coward, will make its way. And now Caliotti, who is on his own for a hat-trick, and he finds it. And in some style. Hat-trick hunting is hat-trick getting within 2 second-half minutes. And Footscray have hit Braybrook for 6. Caliotti is in the mood for more. A rampant start to the second half. Hancock's came across. Richard Nguyen had to get a foot on it. Ricocheted off Haifan. And now Braybrook might have an opportunity to break. Slowed down to Taipei. We got it back from Richard Nguyen. Had options streaming centrally. Mutabazi was the one. Found its way to Haifan, who hits the side netting. But easily the best that they have conjured so far in Sunday's early game. And then back-to-back championship teams in installation. Hume and Northcote, the next kickoff. The side who toppled Fitzroy in the top flight last week against the Northcote team who are struggling to find their groove in the second tier. Currently sit second bottom in it. So they will be looking for a bit of a cup set pick-me-up. As Amador, did it find its way over? No, it didn't, and the second save from Tran was superb. From point-blank range, Michael Ciaris, quick to say no, it didn't cross the line. As Cal set it for Amador, who blazed it wide. Caliotti, Amador, left it for Jing He, who's lashed it wide. Another good look from the set piece, and now Mutabazi. Oh, lovely footwork. Still going beyond 3, and then tried to set it for Nguyen at the back post. But the ball had too much loft. And has decided it fancies a trip out of DCSS. Amador. Cow just wanting to drift wide. Open the space for Caliotti. Amador gets it back from Hancox. Now threaded for Caliotti, who gave it a poke and was not far away. Hunting for a quartet for himself. As again it is sent searching for Taipei. Hancock's got a foot in to slow it all down. With this cup competition, only the final 5 subject to stop clock, so it places emphasis on taking the time available to you. You have a quarter of an hour that just wilts away at its own will. And from there, you've got a fiery 5 to the end to make due. As Taipei and Jing He was able to gather coolly and had his fling intervened with. Hancock's set it for Caliotti. Lovely move, brilliant goal. Cow was careening in at the back post to steer it in. And Footscray have found themselves 7 with just under a quarter of an hour to go. A really well-worked move. Many of them have been. As Taipi can't get beyond Jinghe, who gathered and lost it. Set back for Mutabazi, who helped it on its way for Fan, who steered it over. And he's in a hurry, tried to fling for Caliotti with haste. Now Mutabazi, who couldn't get around Kevin Mohal the first time, and then got a clip the second, and wins a free kick. Taken with haste, and Hancock's flung a boot out. Lovely touch from Frost, who is through on his own. The keeper came out. Now, did he handle it? He did, and this will get ugly. It's red. A last-ditch dive and a deliberate handball. And now Braybrook are down to 4. And without a backup shot stopper on the bench. This could get tasty. There is deliberation over who will be the one to go between the sticks. Footscray are prepping 5th man specifically for this. Jason Barrientos, the one. In fact, deputising his manager for the time being. He's just got a spare keeper kit on. Commentators being caught out as a rarity. I mean, it does happen. But he'll be most pleased with what is occurring. So Braybrook down to 4 momentarily. And what is a dire start to their Sunday seems to be getting worse. Footscray free kick. Just waiting for Tran to leave the playing arena. Frost, who rounded him, takes and thumps it in. Footscray firing on all cylinders. And Frost with a firm hit to add another for them. This becoming a cup tie where they look like they are finding their groove once again. There's Newen. Lost out to Suarez, who has got the opportunity to charge. Set it off for Mohal. Couldn't quite thread it for Frost. And now Suarez is just getting a talking to. And Suarez seems to have forgotten his shin pads. Will find his way in the book for it. It was a watchful gaze Michael Ciaris gave. Suarez subbed off for a wardrobe alteration. Something bizarre. In the meantime, here's Kevin Mohal. He went for track. Ready for Frost. Footscray taking their time, taking all the sting out of this game, which the result, even at this point, with just over 10 to go, might be a foregone conclusion. Can Braybrook chip something back? Jimmy Newen. Mutabazi. Again, tidy footwork, and again was swarmed. It's a good foot in from Wong. Frost then came across, and Braybrook have a corner. Mutabazi's take wanted Newen. Now the net was vacant, but Haifan was not caught out. Newen. Searching for Taipi, set back for Haifan. Moved on for Mutabazi. It's a good save from Heat. Not caught out high at his near post. Mutabazi got it back from Taipi. Set back for Fan, who has blazed over. With these two teams, they know the following today. League action returns thick and fast. There is no time to dwell. There's too much time for turnover. As Frost with a lovely spin. Still trying to work an angle. Good for him by Taipi. Found its way back from Mohal, who had a hit and wins a corner. And the reason it's worth noting, these two face each other next up in the championship. They spend a fortnight with one another. Footscray already are making the time count, are making... Hey, that's a lovely ball and Track couldn't turn it in. Wonderful from Wong. And all it needed was the finishing touch. As Jimmy Newen loses out and then goes and wins it back. All set for Taipi was too heavy. Efforts being applauded though by those on the Braybrook bench. There's Suarez, who now has shin pads. On for Track. Wong couldn't thread it for Frost. Fan went searching. Newen got a yard, and the volley wasn't a bad one. Was a whisker wide of the far post. And from blemishing the Footscray clean sheet and giving Braybrook something to smile about. Frost got around Min Newen with ease. Frost was charging, set it for Track, who tiptoed his way round. Frost on the turn-in. Fan did superbly to save twice. Corner quickly for Suarez. Frost. Now Suarez once more. Wong, Suarez, Jing He's ventured out. They've gone fifth man, and here he is. Happy to send it back for Wong. Suarez. Frost, oh lovely, beautiful, glorious. Fabulous Footscray move. A sweeping symphony of a goal. Where Frost, who was conductor, then turned to be the ending piece of the orchestra. Lovely, just absolutely lovely. A luscious move. For Footscray on what has been a luscious Sunday so far. Suarez unable to turn away from Taipi. Now Braybrook have an opportunity. Loricella poked his effort wide of the post. Ball flung with pace and Newen headed away. A spellbindingly nice start to a Sunday afternoon in Darabin as Haifan wanted to catch out Jing He. Suarez on for Track. Suarez again. Caliotti spun it and Track turned it wide. All it needed was a finishing touch and it would have been double digits for Footscray. Newen set it back for Taipi, who moved it on for Loricella, who ran out of room while trying to go around Track. Wong went long. Nodded on by Min Nguyen, and now Richard Nguyen's got a look, squared for Loricella, and they get one. Braybrook do blemish the clean sheet. And they claw one back. And it was a tidy finish from Loricella as well. Richard Nguyen unselfish. Loricella's effort lobbed into the roof of the net. Jing Hee no chance. And Braybrook do have something to smile about. Even though it has not been their afternoon. As Suarez couldn't evade Loricella. Cagliotti. Track. Cagliotti wanted the return. Good footing from Taipei. Loricella. Now Nguyen. And Taipei with a good volley and a good save from Jing Hee. Suarez backed into a corner. And the setback now kickstarts to counter with Cal for Footscray. Cagliotti steered it for Suarez, who couldn't sort his feet out. Nguyen got a foot in. And now Taipei's on his own. Jing Hee came a long way and did enough to put him off. That's a rather heavy tumble for Taipei. Just the check on his well-being. He seems to be all right, which is the main thing. Suarez, Cagliotti. Lovely 1-2. Cagliotti gave it a poke, and Haifan made a good save. Time really ticking away into stop clock territory now. As Nguyen, Loricella, does he fancy a brace for himself? Had Taipei, who was peeling to the back post. Mutazabi then came to offer an option. And Cal was bustling and picked his pocket, wanted to square for Cagliotti, although Haifan did well. And now fancies a run of his own. 3-on-2 for Braybrook, though he lost his footing. Track's got a vacant net, has options left and right, one of whom is Cagliotti, who scores. And they've hit double digits. A searing start to Sunday for Footscray. And Braybrook want timeout. Issued inside the final 5 on an afternoon which has not been theirs. As we head to timeout, it is Braybrook 1, Footscray 10. We return from timeout. Footscray have been in firm control so far to start Sunday. Braybrook well and truly beaten. Seeing what they can salvage from this cup tie. 2 defeats in 2 for them in the series, Futsal Leagues Cup. Here's High Fan. Finds Richard Newen, who is twisting and turning and hitting the post. Would have been a tantalising goal, even if it was a consolation. Inches away from something quite lovely. Thick and quickly, and Mohal has a vacant net. High Fan dangled a foot, and Loricella did well to play it off Mohal. Here is Loricella. It's a High Fan. Fancied to hit himself, and Jing He spilled, gathered, and then went for an open goal. Oh, brilliant! Brilliant from the keeper. A piece of opportunistic, improvised magic. That's the cherry on top of what is for Footscray a delightful and quite a delicious cake. Fantastic end for them. Thought about another look momentarily, instead went for Amador, who is surging and striking. High Fan saved, and then gave it a poke on for Taipi, who had Newen advancing. Taipi stepped well, Jing He made the save, Cow then cleared it, only as far as Loricella. Richard Newen, High Fan, good challenge from Hancock's. High Fan. Taipi. Braybrook going fifth man, trying to make it work. Couldn't find Loricella. Cow. Hancock's. On for Mohal. Hancock's once again. Threaded tidily for Cow. Mohal. Cow, Richard Newen with a good press. Kevin Mohal was there to mop up. Got a touch around Mutazabi. And now they have an opportunity to break with Richard Newen to Braybrook, but it falters, and Mohal was all on his own. High Fan got a foot in. Amador was stripped of it, and now Newen wanting to go the long way round. Mohal bundled him over, and it will be a free kick. Two to the close of the early Sunday instalment. More a brunch time kickoff than a lunchtime kickoff, really. There's Newen's take for High Fan. Threaded well. That's a brilliant save from Jing He, who denied Mutabazi. It was then cleared only as far as Fan, who goes again. Braybrook wanting a late surge to just try and get themselves a bit more from this game. High Fan had a yard and lashed it wide. And Richard Newen might have got the final flick off his shoulder. He did. Frost. Tiptoed tidily. Wanted to square for Mohal and Loricella. Had to hammer it away. Effort from Amador. High Fan had his palm stung, but did well to pick it up. And then rolled it on. Min Yoon couldn't sort his feet out. Said back for Loricella. When searching for Taipi and couldn't find him. And so the second encounter edges closer. Northcote, who are still in need of a championship lift, could potentially, possibly put themselves up and running with a cup set. In the meantime, Frost via a deflection. Amador poked it just to be sure. And in fact got the touch before the line. Footscray take one more with them. Terrific start for them to their Sunday, and now they're 3-on-1, and Amador fancies another and gets it. A quick fire 13th, unlucky for some, not unlucky for Footscray. Finished with aplomb and with some force. Taipi set it back, he had to scramble, and Braybrook have a corner. Can they double their tally? Corner clipped into Hancock's, the return was 2. Haifan got a foot on it. Mutabazi. Tidy move. Poked out to Haifan. That's a top save from Jinghe. A good late palm to deny. Corner taken quickly for Haifan. And now he, who tapped it and poked it and is on the march, ran out of room as he went for a Rabona. To kickstart a Footscray counter. Loricella. Switch for Nunu, kept it in. Now Haifan. Braybrook have another corner. A succession of late set pieces. Taken to Loricella, whose volley was approached viciously but sliced across. On its strike. There's Hancock's Mohal, who spun superbly. As the clock ticks down, so a winning second attempt for Footscray in the Cup. It will be back-to-back wins in all competitions for them, as they finally look to have found their feet in 2026. Mohal might get the last look. His effort lash wide, but for them, they have finally got themselves up and running, not just in the Cup, but for the calendar year. A disappointing one for Braybrook on the flip side. Full time in Arabin. It's Braybrook 1, Footscray 13. The second cup installation and our first series side in action for the evening. Hume and Northcote. And Hume are quite the topic of conversation in the world of futsal and in the league at the moment. They wrote the season's biggest headline to date last week, toppling the champions and announcing themselves as the story of the season so far. Off the top of the top flight, on goal difference alone, they got off to a positive cup start, but needed some late Fernando de Moraes magic to defeat RMIT. He is amongst the substitutes again today. The Hume gaffer channeling his inner Ruud Gullit as a playing boss, but they look to go 2 from 2 in the cup and look to continue all of their good fortune. Things could not be going better for them right now, and they want to wash away that first fixture fright and give themselves a real second fixture statement. For Northcote, it has not been the start of the season they were hoping, and they arrive here in need of a boost to really once again feel like the side who were inches away, desperately close to automatic promotion and then promotion through the playoffs to the top flight. A rocky start without a win in the championship to kickstart 2026. They must go now against one of the league's, this division's most informed sides, and they chase a cup set while doing so, the possibility of which you will have to find out and be there to see. Both of these two teams still desperately wanting a massive win in this tournament. Hume just to keep things ticking over as they head back towards series the week after. But for Northcote, there is the added weight of a first win and a momentum swing in 2026. It can mean oh so much to get yourselves underway in the new year. A couple of reintroductions as well for Hume. Vassos Kartambis makes his first trip to Victoria for the new year in place of Gab Murray. As we mentioned, the aforementioned Fernando de Moraes on the bench. Hamza Suede also returns to the substitutes as well. Plenty of new additions for Suleiman Mohamed and co as they look to keep things rolling, as Marisic wasn't able to clear. Haskell had to at the second time. Ramadan, who is donning the captain's armband this afternoon, happy to see the ball out for the first time. This Hume side, the definition of red hot right now. And this promising to be another test of that as Clanaris went looking and Geraldo closed the door. Black Army hoping that this will be less nerve-wracking than their last cup tie with championship opposition. They were pushed by RMIT on a far from memorable start to their cup campaign, but 3 points were 3 points in the end, whereas Northcote were on the wrong end of a Pascoe Vale side who really ripped them apart as Nicholas Parthamos switches for Ramadan, who's happy to take his time, wanting to draw Marisic, and then gave it away. Marisic was charging, but Rezai couldn't find him. Kulchuglu, Parthamos was just waiting on movement which never arrived, and Parthamos decided via a couple ricochets that he fancies going round the lot, and then went the loft over Haskell and was not a million miles away from something simply special. The first real warning sign courtesy of the Black Army. As Rezai again couldn't find Marisic. Clanaris gave it a hit. Haskell had to palm, and Hume have a corner. A real breakneck start to this game. Ramadan's corner. Set for Parthemos, whose effort was hit with some force and was, unfortunately for him, always drifting wide, and that will be his last piece of play for a little bit. He's replaced by Imran Turkmen. It's a loose touch from Hiraldo, which Turkmen picked up on. Klanaris rolled it back to him rather well. Set back for Kulchoglu, and now on for Ramadan. Hume humming while hunting a first goal. And the return from Kulchoglu. Got a couple of oohs and ahs from the bench for its idea. It was just a fraction too heavy. Haskell, who couldn't spear it to Rezai, who had just pilled a yard on that far side. And Imran Turkmen is told to venture a little bit further up. Kartambis on for Kulchoglu. Now Hamza Suede. Kulchoglu, Turkmen. In for Ramadan, who just worked a yard on Hiraldo. Kulchoglu then happy to recycle. And now Suede. Ramadan couldn't get the return. The door was shut well by Marisic. Suede. Kulchoglu threaded for Turkmen. Now Hamza Suede. Ramadan. And wanting Suede to work a yard, which he did so. And then he took it away and fired in wonderfully. It's a searing Hamza Suede hit, and Hume have the lead. Patient, precise, and then piercing. And Northcote's early resistance is broken. Hume hit the front as they did last time in the cup. This time wanting steadier waters, Turkmen bundled El Khawaja over. And Biliansky refound Suede. And now Gera Biliansky again. Now Fernando Di Moraes. Turkmen. Suede on the switch for Biliansky, who was pressed by Marisic. Forced back for Suede. Turkmen urged to shoot. Lovely ball, and Di Moraes steered it over. Fernando stole a yard at the back post. Ball to find him was excellent. And on this occasion, the King lacked a regal touch. A real rarity. But at the moment, Hume are flying. And maybe that early goal being used not so much as kindling, but as fuel. Tidy ball from Turkmen. Suede's touch was loose, couldn't find Di Moraes. Now Hiraldo forced back for Haskell. El Khawaja couldn't steer it round the corner and then had to intervene once more. And now Northcote can break. Marisic was momentarily out on his own, but Di Moraes was diligent. And there to watch, and then was afforded the time to find Suede. Hamza Suede, Biliansky, El Khawaja got a foot in. Di Moraes got it back from Turkmen, then dropped it off once more. Suede has Hartinger to go at. Di Moraes, and Turkmen fancied a hit, and Haskell got down low. Hume corner. Another glance at the clock from Suleiman Mohammed. Corner quickly for Turkmen, who thumps over. And a first introduction of the afternoon for Mason Fitzgerald. His first cup minutes for Northcote. There's Marisic. Found Hiraldo. Now Hartinger. Lovely return, and Hiraldo couldn't work a yard on Suede, was unable to spin him. a really tantalising start to this game as Marisic now wins a corner. Northcote having a good spell. Can they capitalise on it? Fitzgerald's take. Out for Giraldo, who lost out to Turkman, and then him and Dimarius sorted it out, and Haskell saved well. Dimarius, Biliansky, Swade, who wanted to spear it. Marisic blocked, and Swade's press was good. And the Hume bench being told to take a seat by Ben Howe, the referee on broadcast side. As Hartinger couldn't find Fitzgerald, Biliansky, Swade, Dimarius. Agera Biliansky again. Fancy to go himself. Haskell short-sighted and palmed it away. Not best pleased with the defensive coverage he was afforded. Clenaris getting ready. Armando Wood also getting instruction. Biliansky's corner. Cut out by Marisic before Turkman could get a toe on it. He did well to find Hartinger, who wasn't able to go round Dimarius. And there is that dual change. And here is Armando Wood. First time this afternoon. Cut out by Giraldo. Biliansky then flung a boot at it. Marisic, Hartinger, got beyond Dimarius and then went round Biliansky, sat three of them on their way, and then set it for Giraldo, and Kartambis had to save. A magical, amazing run. And the Northcote corner taken quickly. Giraldo with depth for Marisic. Haskell has advanced. And now Giraldo, who couldn't steer it for Hartinger. And the early nerves, really, of also going a goal down seem to have settled. Northcote just snatching a bit of momentum. There's Dimarius on for DeWood, and Fitzgerald came across. Towards side ball. Wanted Biliansky. Giraldo got a foot in and then poked it for Marisic, who wanted to go direct for Hartinger, but it had too much on it. And the Northcote change as well. Regular rotation. Starting to take shape. Ramadan dropped it. Kulchuglu couldn't go for Clenaris. Jerry Lay makes his way on. And here's his first involvement. Set it for Fitzgerald, who was pressed by Kulchuglu. Haskell with a loose touch, and Ramadan scores. Hume accept a gift to double their lead, and all the Northcote work is undone. A blunder from both. Fitzgerald backed into a corner. His ball too firm. Haskell's touch too loose. And Ramadan rolled in. Was really jogging on the spot. A moment both would like to forget. There's Armando Wood. On for Clenaris. This. There's a source of much Hume happiness. Ramadan, Clenaris, Haskell got down, and Ramadan's following. It was just a fraction behind him when he went to strike. And resulted in the bobble. Here's Lay. On for Fitzgerald. That's a lovely switch. Out the other way to find Razai. Clenaris was there to block. Zai all the way back for Marisic. Now Jerry Lay, who had 2 to charge at, got around Clenaris and wins a corner. Another first half that is flying by. Corner set back for Lay. Now Marisic. Lay left it for Fitzgerald, but it was too short. DeWood is driving, and Haskell intervened. Hume with another corner, and nearly Northcote, their own enemies once again. Corner quickly for Ramadan. Haskell parried. Marisic poked it to safety at the second try. Clenaris with loft. Ramadan on the volley. Haskell save. Kulchoglu's following. That's a brilliant double stop. Ramadan continuing. Marisic blocking. And Razai happy to hammer it anywhere. Excellent double save from Isho Haskell. As DeWood. Kulchoglu. Clenaris. Fancied an effort. Marisic blocked. Ricocheted for Kulchoglu, who resets with Kartambis. Hume enjoying some persistent possession. Ramadan wanted to thread it. Cut out off Lay for Marisic, who was surrounded by 3, and DeWood got a foot in and then makes way for Parthamos. Here is Parthamos. Clenaris, Ramadan. Tried to swivel on the shots and only belted it into Razai. The indication is that Northcote won a timeout. Carriage across to issue it. In the meantime, Ramadan. Parthamos had to poke it all the way back for Kartambis. Kulchoglu. Ramadan. Parthamos was lurking and Marisic got a poke. Parthamos' take. Clenaris. Kulchoglu. Parthamos wanted the run. Marisic again got a foot in. As Clenaris driving, Haskell gathered. And then went direct for Rizai. Kartambis did well to call it. And now is going on a charge of his own. Parthamos set it back. It just about made way for Kartambis, who recycled with Kulchoglu ever so coolly. Now Ramadan. Happy to take his time. Kulchoglu. Ramadan. Clenaris momentarily on the overlap. Parthamos was deepest. Kulchoglu. Parthamos. Again for Resic. Kulchoglu. Now Michael Clenaris. Parthamos was on the switch and wanted it. And it was picked off by Lay, who had Rizai. Northcote walking in at half the deficit. They have ripped one right back. Hume caught short, and Northcote get themselves back in the cup tie. Lay and Razai linked up well. They kept their composure. And there is a late throw before half-time, although Hume wants to reenact the lead. Biliansky from Dimarias. Turkman nearly inadvertently had it turn in. And Hume have another corner. Dimarias, Parthamos, blocked by Marisic. Haskell gathers. And Marisic dropped off for him. Lay. Rizai was one option, went back for Marisic. Couldn't thread beyond Turkman, now El Khawaja. Marisic was stopped in space, and Parthamos challenged, and Northcote have timeouts. Having gone to it in better shape than they handed it. The deficit halved after a quick Hume start. As we head to timeout, it's Hume 2, Northcote 1. We return from timeout. Northcote have halved the deficit right on the stroke of half-time. Hume made a quick start, then had a bit of a lull. And Northcote capitalised on it. In some style, there is a real belief. Very animated timeout team talk from Michael Marisic. Suleiman Mohammed's smile has faded slightly on the opposite touchline, and now Lay is charging. Had Rezai further forward, but the shot was tamed for Kartambis to gather. Turkman. Parthamos. Demirais. Biliansky. Kept it alive just. And they got it back from Fernando Demirais. Turkman. Demirais. Set with force for Biliansky. And then Parthamos, who was in retreat. Demirais was looking to drive. Dropped it off for Biliansky. Imran Turkman. Really wanting to drive his way through. Set it back for Parthamos, who had Lay to look at. Now Biliansky. Demirais, and the switch was cut out, and Lay will spring the counter. Rezai up with him. Lay went early, and Biliansky blocked. Approaching the final minute of the first half. Hume just having to hang on to their nerves a little bit. There's Geraldo, Rezai. Haskell there to mop up. He in turn wanted long for Lay. Biliansky cut it out well. Swayed. Biliansky finds Demirais. Turkman. That was too much for a stretching Swade. Rezai, return for Geraldo, who went spearing. Biliansky had to read it, otherwise Lay was lurking, and then he stepped Rezai wonderfully. Demirais, Biliansky, that's a smart flick to get himself out of trouble. Turkman, Demirais, Swade. Is there one last look for either side? Geraldo picked his pocket and then turned into Turkman, set it back for Rezai, who had to clear. Swade was storming towards him. Hamza Swade. Turkman. Biliansky. Couldn't get beyond Geraldo. Is there one last Northcote look at a leveller before the break? Turkman nodded it on, or a Hume maybe going to go the other way and inflict some damage. Swade, Demirais, lovely return, oh, it's a gorgeous goal! ethereal from Fernando Di Marias. The finest of flicks for Hamza Suede, who just had to pick his spot and smash it in. And Hume have their buffer back right on the stroke of half-time. Late Northcote concession is late Hume breathing room. He's called the king for a reason, you know. That's monarchical from Fernando Di Marias, and it's got Hume in a happier place than they were moments ago. Northcote have tested, though Hume have their buffer. Half-time in Darabin. It's Hume 3, Northcote 1. What a second half we could have ahead of us. Hume, with a late goal, got themselves a bit of a much-needed buffer, but Northcote have run the side, who are off the top of the table in the top flight, only on goal difference alone, very close in this first half. Another solid 20, and you never know where they might find themselves in this cup competition. Hume, in the meantime, hunting a bit more of a superior scoreline, and they're moving smoothly. Swayed for Dimarius, who fancied a hit, and Kerridge saved. Giraldo cleared, and it was set for El Khawaja, but Dimarius in retreat got a foot on it. So an interchange in the keepers. Isho Haskell's fine first half comes to a close, as Northcote rotate between the sticks. Here's Mahdi El Khawaja, who had Ramadan to go round. Dimarius was deeper, and now Dawood can charge. Had Giraldo and Marisic evaded one. Set it back for Fernando Dimarius. Beauty of a ball for Ramadan, and a good save from Kerridge. And now Marisic, who had two to go round, and then lost out to Ramadan. Got away from Giraldo. Set it on for Hamza Swade. Beautiful footwork, and Dawood at the back post scores. He has belted that in. A real quick readjustment from Armand Dawood at the end of a smooth Swade run. And Hume have got themselves a fourth. It was like a knife through butter. Carved cleanly. And then set it on a silver slate for Armand Dawood, who angular baiting could hardly miss. Marisic. Have Northcote got one last little push? Kerridge has come a long way from home. Marisic once more. Cut out by Dimarius, who asked a lot of Ramadan. Mahdi El Khawaja comes off. And Rizai, he finds Marisic, who's quickly on for Kerridge. And he might fancy a hit himself, cut out by Dimarius. Fell back for Kerridge, and now Marisic again, who couldn't find Giraldo. Hume will be hoping that that fourth goal takes the sting out of the game at this point. It just gives them the calmness they need to go on and close this game out. Dimarius over the top for Swade, who was storming and went the chip and couldn't quite find a finishing touch. Marisic, poked on by Hartinger, couldn't find Rizai. Now Swade with room to spin, and two to spin round, and Dawood was darting but couldn't turn it in at the back post. Inches away from Armand Dawood being at the double. Ramadan's read was good, it then fell for Rizai, who couldn't evade Ramadan the second time. Temperature just starting to build here at DCSS. As we've mentioned many a time, a glorious sunny day in Darebin. The kind of Sunday that makes you love autumn if you don't already. It's a seasonal special. There's Hartinger on the switch for Giraldo, who went searching for Marisic, who wasn't able to run beyond Ramadan. And now Dimarius with a quick scan and a quick set. Ramadan with coolness and cheek, and now it finds its way to Kartambis, who threaded it for Dawood, who is driving, and Kerridge was almost faked out. Set back for Kartambis, and blocked by Giraldo. Northcote prepping a change, Hume making some of their own. Turkman one of them, who went beyond Giraldo. Kerridge saved, it then fell for Marisic, who was being bustled as the ball went out of play. Clenaris, Turkman. Kerridge had to be short. Short-sighted, it went through a stray of bodies and was palmed away for a corner. Clenaris with depth, Kulchuglu on the volley. Didn't catch it sweetly as he would have liked. Fell for Hartinger. He had to set back for Marisic. Now Hiraldo. Marisic. Hartinger. Rizai. It's a tidy drop back. Marisic once more. Hartinger got it from Hiraldo. Turned into Turkman. And then couldn't evade him. Still they battle, and Hartinger wins this time. And then takes a tumble and wins a free kick. Lay leading the protest on the Northcote bench as Hartinger makes way. Marisic's free kick. Gave it a poke, Kartambis saved, and Hiraldo had it fall fortuitously to him. But then couldn't poke it round the corner again for Marisic. Clenaris, Kulchuglu, Turkman. Hume wanting to hit a flow and find a fifth. Cicek stripped off it, and then Rizai did well to give Kulchuglu short of an option, and then his effort was poked hurriedly wide. In ran Turkman. Kulchuglu, Clenaris. On for Ubedi Cicek. Now Clenaris again. It's a lovely move between those two, and Hume have a corner. Taken with height by Clenaris. Cicek plucked it brilliantly! And Hume have 5. Kulchuglu got the final touch. Cicek flashed it across with force. And Recep Kulchuglu dived in at the back post and got the faintest of flicks to steer it into the net. A wry smile as he sees it towards him. However, Hume are where they want to be. This cup contest going far less nervously, going far less uncertainly than their first edition. Comfy claim for Kartambis, and just how good is it to see him back in Victoria. We wondered when he would return. Spent the stretch of season 1 of last year in this fine state of ours. Gab Murray then his successor, but Kartambis travelling south of the Murray again to get himself in Hume black. Or in his case, in Hume turquoise. Fitzgerald threaded it for Rizai, picked off by Kulchuglu, who's got Turkman up with him. Rizai dangled a foot off the post off Kerridge and in. Advantage rolled on, and Kulchuglu for the second time in a matter of minutes in the right place at the right time to score. Remarkable. He's had 2 bounce and bundle in off him, and now he's chasing a hat-trick. The definition of 2 poachers' goals. The opposite argument is you have to be there to score them. Tidily taken or not, they found their way into the net. There's Kartambis. Fancies one of his own and really belted that towards Kerridge. Here's late. Rizai gave it a poke. Kartambis had to be sure, and they have a corner. Corner taken out for Lay. Switch for Fitzgerald. Set it back for Giraldo. Fitzgerald, Giraldo. Hustle by Biliansky. Demirais then picked it off, and Fitzgerald in retreat got a foot in. A much more joyous atmosphere on the Hume bench at the moment. Players conversing, players laughing along with one another. Northcote staring down the barrel of back-to-back cup defeats. Rizai, Lay, El Khawaja. Steered it for Rizai. El Khawaja continued his run, and it was picked off by Klanaris. Biliansky, whose touch was initially loose, then went to go and gather it. Hamza Suede, who got this all going. Fernando Demirais wanted the return. Suede continued his run and steered it to the back post, but Klanaris had gone to the top of the area and thus unable to make his way to meet it. Kerridge crashed it. It was a tidy takedown from Hartinger. Northcote corner. Taken out for El Khawaja. Now Lay, who wanted to thread but couldn't thread beyond Demirais, who went for Klanaris, and Kerridge got there to clear. Klanaris, Biliansky on his own. Oh, good save. Very good save from Kerridge. Biliansky from point blank range. And it required a good stop. Demirais, Biliansky, and again Kerridge out to sprawl. Klanaris, Suede, Demirais, Biliansky, Kerridge denies again. Lay crashed away. Sully Mohammed wants timeout. Biliansky again blocked, and Hume will have their timeout. Just over 6 to go in this one. Hume pulled away in this second half. As we head to timeout, it's Hume 6, Northcote 1. We return from timeout, and Ubedi Cicek has got the fly-keeper kit on. Hume are going to run fifth man till the close. There's Temel, Turkmen, Cicek. The shout is patience, the shout is keep it, and you assume that is exactly what they will do. Just tick all the time out of the game. Parthamos fancied a hit, and Turkmen was lunging, but unable to connect to the back post. Marisic lay, lost out to Dawood, who was then happy to reset. Kartambis makes way, and Temel's going to hold it all up. And then step around Geraldo. Turkmen had a yard, and carriage denied. And not for the first time this afternoon. The ball is out of DCSS. Maybe it wants a tan. Trying to bask in the last of the hot days we might have for a while. It's getting to that time of year again. There's Parthamos. Temel, lovely ball to find Turkmen, who set it back for Parthamos, who wanted to spear it one more, and Marisic got a foot on it. Cicek. Temel. Back for Ubedi Cicek, now Turkmen. Temel, this is good from Hume. A real patient fifth man sequence. Northcote are stepping up, however. Geraldo now to press Temel. Cicek. Turkmen. Cicek, Temel, they work themselves out of that. It's a smashing ball too. Temel was steering. It's a Turkmen who wanted to pick to wood. Parthamos was the late runner. And Hume have a corner. Taken out for Parthamos. Set back for Temel. Those two working in tandem, and now Dawood. Temel, Parthamos, Temel, Cicek. Beautifully worked. Wonderful move. All it needed was the finishing flourish. Rapid rotation from Hume. And all it needed was Dawood to dart in, and it would have completed just a cruising cracker of a goal. At the other end, Northcote have a corner. Taken quickly from Marisic, who couldn't steer it closer to Kartambis. Passos Kartambis went spearing. Lay, Kerridge prevented the corner. Cicek. Parthamos set it back for Temel. Hume happy just to take the time out of the game. Cicek, Turkmen. Back for Ubedi Cicek, who got it back from Temel. Hume now getting some good fifth man experimentation in. Parthamos out of yard, El Khawaja blocked. Dawood. Parthamos set it back for Temel, who threaded it for Turkmen. Cicek, they somehow, someway kept it alive. Now Parthamos again. Temel, Turkmen, it was behind Cicek. But Hume will turn their attention back to the league, back to the title race. Following this, Northcote will turn their attention to a timeout, which Marisic has issued as El Khawaja gave Turkmen a shove. Temel. Hume happy to soak the time and soak the clock out of the game. Turkman, Cicek, Motemel. Northcote happy to sit in. They will have to turn their attention to getting their first 3 points in the league campaign in the week that follows. 2 series sets and 2 tests they've not been able to overcome. As Northcote call for their timeout in the closing stages, the result in this, a foregone conclusion. Hume have been brilliant in this second half, and as we head to timeout, they lead Northcote by 6 goals to 1. We return from timeout for the final time in the Leagues Cup second, and Kerridge has had a blunder and then recovered and made up for it just about. Geraldo under pressure from Parthamos, steered it down the line for Lay. Swade and Parthamos not letting him out, and Marisic wasn't able to connect. Thornbury and Boline next up. No, that was the opening fixture. Thornbury and RMIT next up, who are Hume's opening opponents in this cup competition. Boline after that against Kensington Eagles. Like we said, we don't often get called out, but it does happen. That's a tantalising third fixture. RMIT flying in the championship. Thornbury again embroiled in a relegation battle in the top flight. Those two with a cup bout. RMIT another test of their mettle. They were close against Hume. And Thornbury got that point against Boline. Late on, they rescued it. As Hume are ticking down the time, maybe adding one more, and Turkman steered it into the side netting. And then Kerridge went for El Khawaja, who chopped away from Turkman, who dived in with rather a lot of force. Mahdi El Khawaja is writhed in pain. Couple of Northcote protests that should have been a card. It will be a free kick and no more. Taken by Lay. Geraldo was lurking, couldn't steer it for El Khawaja. Speared for Swade by Cartambis. Parthamos took over and was given a shove by Lay. Nicholas Parthamos not taking too kindly to that kind of contact. Hume wanting to add one more in the closing stages. Cartambis. Temel. Back for Vassos Cartambis, and Temel couldn't flick it the other way for Parthamos. Marisic. Lay. Trying to flick it for Rizai. Turkmen, Temel. And again, Hume will calm it down, and Cicek will make his way on. They went direct to Parthamos instead, who tiptoed round two and won a corner. Approaching the final 60 seconds of the second cup tie. Temel. Hamza Swade. Behind Temel, the net's vacant. Northcote will have a late corner and a shot at a late consolation. Rizai took it quickly. It nearly found its way to Lay. Lay, Marisic. Kerridge. Threaded it for Giraldo. Now Lay again. Who was ushered out by Temel rather well. A good tussle between those two. And although Hume had to tussle for a little bit, this is a challenge which they have overcome in quite some style. Another good display. This time from Nico Ignatiadis and Suleiman Mohammed's side. They go 2 for 2 in the cup. One of the early trendsetters continues their hot start in the league as well. The Black Army are looking at a charge possibly for a double in 2026. Swade wants to take one more with him. Set it back for Turkmen. Rizai challenged him and Swade came together. And then Rizai lashed out at him. Those two came together. Northcote have a free kick and there's just a little flare-up. Ben Howe booking both and just ensuring that with 2 to go, there's no need for any of that. So a bit of a flashpoint, a couple of sparks on a Sunday afternoon where Hume have fired true. Northcote a last-ditch free kick. Do they have a consolation look? Thumped in and speared wide, and that'll be that. Hume go 2 for 2. Northcote still search for a first win in 2026. Full time in Darabin from a domineering and dominant performance. It's Hume 6, Northcote 1. the third installation of the Cup for the evening. And it is the second consecutive series second tier set, and it is two teams with much contrasting fortunes at the start of their respective seasons. Thornbury are again embroiled in a relegation battle and are still searching for their first win in all competitions in 2026, and where 3 points are the currency, they need to ensure that they start cashing in as soon as possible. RMIT on the other hand are flying in the championship, as both of these look for a first Cup win of the season. RMIT were so close against Hume. Thornbury had to save it late against Boline in order to rescue their first point of the season. It was back-to-back draws for them, having rescued one against Aku the week before in the league beforehand too. Expect nothing delicate about the way that this could play out this evening. I doubt either side will have it be smooth sailing, as both of them hunt for 3 points. A massive 3 points for both in the Cup sense, but also in terms of momentum. It is a powerful, powerful thing in this sport. That's Charles Lavinia, who got it from Sapina. Then for Zacharias, and Jonathan Sapina could not quite steer that to somebody. But that's the first look at how Thornbury will go about it. RMIT have a look down the other end, however. Potentially a chance for themselves. Sapina was hustled and only just got himself out of a dangerous situation, and then a gorgeous flick to find Charles Lavinia. He in turn went with height for Zacharias. Now Sapina, who was hustled and evaded two, wanted to go beyond a third, but wasn't able to make his way beyond Sahel Totakil. Charles Lavinia set it back for Cordero, and now Zacharias. Jonathan Sapina again helped it on for Charles Lavinia, who turned sharply, and Hussein Marabi with his first easy gather of the evening. Set it for Liban Haji. Faisal Totakil had a lot to turn into, one of whom was Zacharias. He went to skip his way forward, but was unable to. RMIT looking to create early inroads for Thornbury. And for these two clubs, you could say, despite being separated by a tier, there's been a real juxtaposition to how they've started their season. And RMIT had a quick look. Totakil went down. Cordero was pedestrian. And Thornbury get away with one a little bit. Fatea went looking for Charles Lavinia. It fell for Cordero instead, and now Sapina. Charles Lavinia, and through the legs of Haji. Cordero wanted the 1-2, but couldn't quite. Now Zaki Ahmed. Haji, oh, it's a lovely ball, steered on for Totakil, whose touch was a little bit loose in the end. Was really speared on the switch. And he was coming ever closer to troubling Fatea. Cordero tried to tiptoe his way through, and now Faisal Totakil's got a run and sent his effort crashing wide. Those first couple of changes, Marrero with force introduced. Bruce was the target for Fatea, though wasn't able to find him. Expect a lot of quick rotation. Thornbury with much of a bench available to them. And whereas Marrero and Bruce entered concomitantly, Slingsby had to wait a second longer for his introduction. Very slow start from both of these teams. Neither really wanting to throw much at it in the first 5 minutes. Marrero dropped it off for Slingsby. Tried to steer it for Loretta. Lost out to Totakil, who was tiptoeing forward and nearly crashed his way through the lot and was just gesturing that he was given a bit of a tug while doing so. Hadji got a foot in. It again fell for Sahel Totakil. And now Faisal Totakil. Luke Powley, a late entrant. Hadji, lovely hold up. Just to ward off a pressing Loretta, who wins it on this occasion. Couldn't get away from Totakil, it then broke for Hadji. And now on for Ahmed, and RMIT in all of a sudden, and Fateh makes a fabulous save. A really well-worked move. Before Fateh came flying out, and then it's turned it off the corner. Hadji got the final flick, and RMIT hit the front against Thornbury. And it had been coming. Despite Fateh's efforts to make the save, it was the individual improvisation of Hadji who steered it beyond him and steered the championship side into the lead against their series futsal opponents, and they're not done yet. Ahmed wanted to get involved. It fell for Totakil. It ricocheted for Zaki Ahmed again, and Bruce had to block. Hadji, Ahmed, that's a better challenge from Bruce. Zaki Ahmed. He has one shin pad in. Michael Ciaris has been all over this so far this afternoon. Ahmed not the first one. He has a singular shin pad in, which is quite bizarre. Now being forced to double up. And has found himself with a yellow card. As Marabi went searching for Totakil, neither of them could win it. Loretta then couldn't find a way beyond Hadji. And now the counter is on. Askari was lurking. And Fateh did well. Bruce forced back to Marrero. Thornbury really yet to find a rhythm in this game thus far. It's Marrero. On for Loretta. The return for Marrero, and it's a good save. Marabi parried away. They are in a rush. Setback for Bruce. Loretta, a foot was dangled, and then there were three in Lily White, who all swarmed upon Sahel Totakil, but RMIT have just taken their chances. This first few minutes, 6 or 7.5 minutes which have been passed, neither side able to make inroads. The one from a set piece being taken. Sahel Totakil set it out for Slingsby, and Thornbury have a corner. Corner taken quickly. Marabi dived across, and they will do it all over again. Slingsby's take. Loretta! Marabi with a tidy save and a good gather. And then a searching one for Hadji, who was entangled with Marrero. Loretta, Slingsby, and Loretta was really, really bundled into. Askari with a firm but fair challenge. And this game is not fraught of feeling. Hadji tried to steer it for Sahel Totakil. Slingsby did well. Now Loretta, who had Marrero opening up. Askari again. And again, those two become entangled. Cleared only as far as Slingsby, whose effort was blocked by Totakil. Loretta then launched an arm and gave away a free kick. Luke Powley implemented. First time in the evening, as two Totakils couldn't link up. Zacharias reinstated, not for the first time. The ball fancies some fresh air.
Guys, you have no beeps, you need to be seated. I'm not going to come back for it again.
Letter of the law laid down by Michael Ciaris as Slingsby again evaded a bustling Ascari. Pauli, Zacharias, the other way for Slingsby. They evade the press well. Slingsby searching. Pauli, oh, brilliant! Oh, what a goal! A super volley. In mid-air, it was Van Persie to Canio-esque. Pauli placed it to perfection. The ball was sent long, and in all his idiosyncratic ingenuity, steered it into the roof of the net and then some. And Thornbury, who've been looking for a leveller, have got themselves level with a piece of brilliance. And Slingsby's return wasn't quite able to find his target. And Cephas stayed down behind play. There's a lot of spice in this game, none more so. Pauli went bang and levelled in no time. Michael Ciaris in conversation with Mario Barho, just saying if they haven't got bibs on, they've got to be seated. He, as often, is trying to see the funny side of that particular decision. There's Ahmed, had to ward off Pauli, sent it back for Hadji, on for Safai. Ascari, Hadji, tried to steer it, Pauli picked it off. Set it for Slingsby, who, when spinning Ascari, was fouled. Thornbury have a free kick in a first half which has been a trial and a tribulation for them so far. They now with a good opportunity to get themselves ahead for the first time in the afternoon. Zacharias, Sapina couldn't get the return. It broke for Slingsby and it got a flick off Ascari, and it needed to. Thornbury on the surge, have a corner. Zacharias, Pauli couldn't get beyond Ahmed. Pauli once more. Zacharias having the ward off Ascari. Mario Barho applauds to the start again. And then Hadji picked Slingsby's pocket, and RMIT can break. Ahmed was one way and steady beyond Fateh at the near post. Faked the far post fire and then lashed it in. Fateh caught out, and RMIT have their lead back. Thornbury again in a tussle against championship opposition. They were flying in that opening fixture against Boline before they were reined in and then had to save themselves. Today looks as though it is following a similar script. Slingsby couldn't steer it for Sapina. Pauli wanted to clip it. Slingsby and Ascari again entangled. This time Hadji, now Ahmed, who wanted the 1-2, and it fell all the way back for Fateh, who was quick to go. Ahmed with a good win, nodded it only as far as Sapina. Zacharias, Slingsby. Fancied a hit from range. Marabi had to be short. Ascari in retreat. Slingsby tried his best to pick his pocket. And those two have had quite the coming together on many an occasion so far in this game. Approaching stop clock territory. Sapina. Zacharias! They're out of room. It wouldn't have counted. And in fact, they weren't out of room. Thornbury have a free kick. It must have been the faintest flick. There was some RMIT unrest at that decision. It is Sapinia's take. Wanted to thread it. It's a brilliant save. The following from Powley, stumped in. And we're level at 2 apiece. A set-piece scramble that Luke Powley bundled in at the back post at the second try. Thornbury have thrown themselves right back. That's a lovely fling from Fataya. Sapina! The Spaniard was almost oh so deft to steer it beyond Marabi, but unable to get it the other side of the far post. His search for Ahmed, who had 2 in lily white. Fataya came flying out and had to good effect to deny Moe Abdul Latif, who was lurking. Cordero, Powley. Who lost out, and Ascari is clean through. Fataya just waited and waited to commit and made an important save. Ascari wanted to go with haste. Safai will turn it in, and Cordero will get a yellow card. Romario Barjo just noticing the clock was ticking down still. We are in stop clock territory, almost a minute played. Ahmed on for Safai, who was pressed by Powley and was without an option. He wanted Ascari just to stay wide and give him the help he needed. Those two not exactly on the same wavelength. Might give Thornbury an opportunity to get themselves back in the lead. Zacharias set it for Sapina. On the switch was Cordero. Powley, who stepped Ahmed and forced Marabi to save. The danger wasn't done. Cordero. Here's cut back, and Zacharias, while zipping through, couldn't steer it in. Time still ticking away. Quick conversation with the officials, just to make sure they are all in fact on the same page. Send long again. Cordero nodded it for Sapina. This time Safai was the one to pick it up. Sapina in retreat did well, and then was hustled by Ahmed. Marrero was his out ball and then left him. And Sapina did well to ward off away from 2 who were quickly converging. But Thornbury still under the pump. This has certainly not gone the way they would have envisioned thus far. Ascari unable to hook it for Ahmed. Marrero, Sapina have either side got a goal that would get them, in Thornbury's case, the lead for the first time. In RMIT's case, the lead back once again before half-time. Zacharias, Sapina, lovely flick. Marrero was across. Ascari got a foot in. And RMIT, at the next available opportunity, want time out. Zacharias stepped. Sapina wanted the return, and now Ahmed can break. Ascari's up with him. Marrero got a foot in. It fell for Safai, whose effort was lashed wide. There was some appeal for a corner, which was waved away. Fataya for Charles Lavinia. Abdul Latif got a touch on it, but couldn't stop it finding Marrero, who went for Cordero, and Charles Lavinia scores at the back post, and Thornbury have turned it round. He just held his run to the right moment and then turned in an all-important goal. RMIT get their timeout, but at the expense of parity. Thornbury lead for the first time this afternoon. It's Thornbury 3, RMIT 2. We return from timeout. RMIT, who have led for almost the entirety of this first half, and if not, have had parity for it, trail for the first time this afternoon. Thornbury flipped it right round. Charles Lavinia turned in at the back post and has given them something a bit more to smile about before half-time. As again, it's flung long, and again, it's for Tote to kill. And Marrero does well on that occasion. RMIT corner. Faisal Tote kills take. Set for Abdul Latif, and there was a miscommunication between him and Safai. Sapina tried to steer it for Charles Lavinia. And in retreat, Ascari had to clear his lines. Thornbury hunting for some breathing room for a 2-goal buffer that would make this first half seem further apart than it has been. Abdul Latif stood firm on Sapina. Marrero. Safai. Ascari. Dropped it off for Tote to kill, and Marrero pressed. Marabi only finds his opposite number. And Fateo went flinging for Sapina, who was all on his own momentarily, but unable to make much contact with it. So to kill, given a tug by Marrero, and wins a free kick. So to kill's free kick, drilled low and only as far as Cordero, who clipped for Charles Lavinia, who was motoring, and then as he went to hit, didn't connect as he wanted to. Abdul Latif. Ascari, Safai. It's good foot in from Loretta. Is there a late lunge towards half-time? Safai spun Cordero. Set it back for Tote Kill, who clipped in the channel. Fataya came flying. And not for the first time. Cameraman Abdul Qadir's been in some peril. RMIT have just ripped the momentum away. Abdulatif for Ascari. They have a corner. Ascari quickly for Safai. They make it work, not once but twice. And then it was hammered away by Wagner Marrero. "80 seconds left in the first half. There's Marabi, asked a lot of Ascari. They can ill afford to concede another. Even though it has been a to and fro and a very free-flowing first half. A gap is a gap. How Thornbury would love to institute a buffer. That's a beauty of a ball from Fatea. Marrero. So back for Loretta. Bruce, and it was too far in front of him. Is there a look in the last minute for either of these sides? Ascari went searching. Safai, total kill. Abdulatif. Ascari. Safai dropped off for him. Now Abdulatif through the legs of Loretta, and Charles Lavinia came through to challenge. Safai, Ascari. Bruce bustling and hustling him. And Safai, that's a brilliant pick from Marrero, who couldn't steer it for Bruce Ascari in the way. And then him and Loretta, not for the first time, collided. Marrero got it back from Loretta and lashed his effort wide. Closing first half stages. So Takil, Marrero, and Loretta left it behind. Abdulatif for Safai, and they couldn't walk it in. That was the look at a leveller on the stroke of half time. The opportunity RMIT had been building to, and when it came, the idea was right, it just had a fraction too much height. Marrero charging, Safai made life tricky. They can still go, you know. Time is not their friend. If there is to be a shot, it must come now. Abdulatif beyond Bruce, and the clock and the whistle will beat them. Thornbury have been in a tussle and a battle. Twice behind. They have since gone to flip it round, courtesy of Charles Lavinia at the back post. Half-time in Darabin. It's Thornbury 3, RMIT 2. A real arm wrestle of a contest. RMIT led it twice, Thornbury lead it now, and that, for Romario Barjo and co, is all that matters. Chasing their first win of the calendar year. Across all competitions, they have 2 singular points to their name. But for RMIT, they are rumbling. The Hounds lead 3-2. Don't get it twisted on the scoreboard at all. It is 3-2 to Thornbury at half-time. There was no phantom fourth that you all missed. But this game far from finished. If the 20 to follow is the same as the 20 which came before, this will be a Sunday afternoon showstopper, a bit of a blockbuster in Darabin, and the opportunity for a cup set could be on the cards and off the post within seconds. Sahel Totakil already within a coat of varnish from 3-3. RMIT would have scored within 10 seconds, would have flown out of the traps right at the start of the second half. And were oh so close to reining Thornbury in again. Cordero. Sapina. Get on for Cordero. Threaded it down the line. And Marabi gave an early shout. Sapina kept the surge, but out of obligation rather than interest. Zacharias, Sapina clipped it on for Cordero. Zacharias, it took a deflection, it will be a corner. Thornbury wanting a fast start to this second half. The Hounds unsatisfied with their slender lead. Cordero gave it a crash. Marabi was not sure Sapina got a hand and it fell for Hadji. Pressed by Zacharias, worked it on for Totakil. Now Abdulatif. Clipped it over for Faisal Totakil, who let it run, and Cordero was there and he squeezed it through to Charles Lavinia before Sapina took over. It got a faint flick and it will be a corner. Cordero, I'll do it all over again. Want to take him for Zacharias. Sabrina steered it in! And Thornbury have got their breathing room. A terrifically worked corner. And then speared by Zacharias, and all it needed was a touch on target from Sapina. The Spaniards with the suavest of sealers, and Zacharias Sapina playing with it, brilliant. Toying with RMIT, sat Marabi down, 2 in a matter of seconds, and the Hounds are showing their bark. And he is leading the charge. Their number 8. The Spaniard in the centre. A quick fire double. As he gets it back from Charles Lavinia, but the ball had gone out beforehand. Hadji was in a hurry. 2 total kills, and Charles Lavinia was firm. Couple of appeals for a foul on the RMIT bench. And you can't really befool them for that. Zacharias was ushered out of play. Marabi went long, Hadji flicked it, fell for Tota kill. They tried to split them and Cordero cut it out. Had options left and right, but Hadji held him up and then picked his pocket before running out of room. But a really quick fire start from Thornbury has thrust them into a 3-goal lead. Zacharias steered it on for Sapina, who squared it, and Zacharias has blazed the follow-in wide. Unbelievable. How on earth did he miss? The goal was gaping, vacant. All it needed was the finishing touch, which he could not provide. That a terrific glimmer at 6-2. RMIT again led off the hook. Hadji, that's a lovely touch on for Ahmed, who lashed wide of the near post. One more before a short break after this. Boline, who are top of the championship, they face Kensington. 2 teams who both have made flying starts to the season, only separated at the top of the table on goal difference. RMIT, the other team in that mix as well. But their first look at one another in 2026 for Boline and Kensington coming right up. And you get the feeling that makes for quite a tasty cup tie. It's Powley in the meantime. Zacharias back for Powley, and Hadji was quickly on the press. Fatea's fling, Slingsby's touch was just too heavy. And now RMIT go 5th man. Understanding that time is not necessarily favourable. Marabi forced back to Tota Kill, who just thumped it into Loretta and was then pressed and had to clear. Quickly on for Powley, who nearly lost his footing. And then converses with the far side official Ben Howell about the reasoning behind that. He was certain that he should have had a free kick. In the meantime, he then comes across to stifle out a lob for Hadji. Thornbury have just quelled this game a little bit. Hadji looking to reignite the spark for RMIT. It's twisting and turning and couldn't get beyond Powley, who placed it for Bruce. Slingsby. Powley. This time hit by Hadji and wins a free kick. Ever the workhorse, Luke Powley. One of Thornbury's favourites and finest. It is Bruce free kick. He belted it straight into Hadji. A little bit of a lull in this second half. Thornbury had an early blitz and since then have just tried to take the sting out of the game. That's a lovely ball and a brilliant take from Powley. Marabi was sat down, Slingsby's following, squared for Bruce and blocked on the line. Hadji hooked it away, and now Ahmed's going the other way, has steered his effort over. A pretty good look. The best RMIT have had since the break to get back into this game. There's Loretta. Bruce couldn't roll his way beyond Hadji. Loretta kept the move alive. And now then, Faisal Totakill and Loretta are going to have a conversation, and the contents of which are of the most interest to everybody out there at this point in time. Ben Howe telling them essentially to just have a breather. And to cool down a second half, which has just had a little bit of a simmer to it. There's Totakill, now Ahmed. Hadji, who had Loretta to go round, and spun superbly and scored brilliantly. And they are within two. A renewed RMIT interest, courtesy of a hurtling Hadji finish. Hit with venom, and it might just get them right back into this game. They needed a spark, they needed something to kickstart. They've got 10 minutes to find at least two, 5 of which subject to stop clock. There is plenty of time for the championship side to cause a cup set. If they want to, though, they can ill afford small errors like that. We are yet to have one this year. What will be the first slice of Darabin drama as Powley is launching and Marabi denies. Powley's corner. Bruce on for Slingsby. Lovely return for Bruce, who had a hit. It was wide of the near post. Ahmed the target. Set it back for Hadji, and Fateh had to be short. RMIT corner, which Totakill has steered wide. But they are hunting. They are getting closer. This now a test of Thornbury United nerve. Bruce pinned by Ascari, worked a yard, Marabi was sat down, Marrero had an open net. Hadji threaded it, Ahmed wanted to go the other way, and Slingsby got to challenge him. Zaki Ahmed understanding, no malice, he was merely collateral damage in that collision. As Marabi, Slingsby hustled him, and to good effect. Ascari tried to steer it for Hadji, and him and Marrero were deeply entangled, and now Thornbury can break. Slingsby, Cordero, adds excellent goalkeeping. And then Marabi asking the question about the contact beforehand. Cordero with height, Marrero. Slingsby couldn't spin Ahmed and wins a free kick. opportunity for Thornbury just to get that breathing room back. Zacharias wanted to thread it. It broke for Sapina, who steered it wide. He is still hat-trick hunting, the Spaniard. Although inching ever closer to a treble. Still, it has evaded him for now. Hadji gave it a lash. Sapina blocked it. It ricocheted for Zacharias, who steered it on for Marrero. Him and Ascari became entangled. Marrero got the last touch. And RMIT are in a hurry. Ascari, Safai, now Hadji. Tried to barge beyond Zacharias. Sapina then came across. Hadji just kept rolling and sent it back for Safai, who's dragged it wide. What a look. That a gilt-edge opportunity to get them right back into the game. Oh, so close to what would have got them within one and had this game right on. Especially with the time starting to click towards the stop clock. It could have proved pivotal. Zacharias, Sapina. Marrero. Threaded for Zacharias, whose touch was beautiful to take him beyond. Ascari had score! A stunner! Zacharias zipped his way beyond. And then finished with aplomb to reinstate a barrier once again. Just such a smooth goal. Brilliantly done. Finished with expertise. And now Zacharias is hunting again. Marrero was forward, and the ball a bit too heavy to find him. Marabi found his way to Hadji, and Cordero picked it up. Him and Hadji entangled. So back for Ascari, pressed by Marrero. Zacharias was clipping at the heels too. Safai, Hadji, and Cordero collected him. Hadji just asking the question to Michael Ciaris of, well, it was late. And a timeout has been issued in the meantime. Amidst the chaos and commotion, RMIT have had to rein themselves in. They were within two, they are now three adrift. As we head to timeout, it's Thornbury 6, RMIT 3. We return from timeout. Thornbury have trialled fifth man. Luke Powley is in the fly. Romario's Barho's side taking this as an opportunity to experiment towards the end of the game. Now, this could be fraught with danger. They think they might have the game won. 3 ahead Fatea, bib in hand. Powley adorned in pink. And now a change, and Moe Fatea returning. So it was a short-lived experiment for Romario Barjo and Luke Powley. Fatea couldn't thread it. Ascari, RMIT did go on the high press, set back from Marabi, and Marrero was pressing, and then when they won it, the net was vacant, and Marabi did well. And they go fifth again. Powley. Slingsby. Sapina. Switch was Powley. That's Slingsby again. Sapina. Who wanted to thread it for Powley, and it hit an arm on the way through. Romario Barjo, most animated, to just ensure that that was in fact a free kick. Never short of a yellow card, the Thornbury United manager. Tonight's been one of his more tamed evenings of the season so far. Slingsby, Sapina. Again, set it back for Slingsby. Out the other way was Powley, who gave it a poke and hit the post. Marabi completely blindsided and caught out. And the possession had remained. 2 touches for Powley. Because it came off the post, it doesn't recycle. RMIT with a free kick. Safay couldn't set it back for Ascari, who was quick to hustle Sapina. Zacharias. Hadji and Marrero came together. Zacharias going for another run. He wants something similar to what he pulled off a few moments ago. Now Hadji on for Ahmed. It was a well-worked move. But Hadji was just not there at the back post to finish it off. Fatea flings long. Safai gets a touch. Boline and Kensington next. Promises to be a corker as well. A great all-championship cup tie. Following them's the break, and then it's the Classico. For the first time in the cup for some time. That littered with history. And they do it on not a knockout side this time, in more of a league phase. Marrero protesting that it hit the arm of Hadji on the way through. Back for Powley. Slingsby. Sapina. Again, Thornbury utilised 5th man. Powley. Sapina. Slingsby. Powley couldn't touch it. And had to let it trickle out of play. Ahmed in a hurry and lost out. And now they can charge. Sapina. Had Slingsby further forward and was happy to hold it all up. Take as much time out as he can. No one wanting to approach the Spaniard. Zacharias. Slingsby, who had Safai pressing. Fatea threaded it beautifully. And Sapina can spin and go beyond Hadji. And they try to poke it through Ascari. And again it hit his arm. And this time, he will find himself with a yellow card. Two to go. Thornbury are all but there. It would take an inconceivable collapse from this point in time for them not to emerge with a first win of the year and a first win in the cup. Sapina, Cordero crashed it over. For RMIT. This ending a really good run of results, if it stays this way. There's Totakil, away from Sapina, got it back for Ascari. And the question asked, but no foul given. And Sapina, it's taken too long. A bit of a gilt edge giveaway from Sapina, and the door stays open. Ascari has a hit, and Fatea gathers without fuss. And then flings long for Zacharias, and Troslavenia was launching himself towards the back post, but unable to get on the end of it. Hadji gave it away. Zacharias had a hit off the bar. And then the follow-in for Troslavenia. Turned away the first time, smothered the second. Flung on for Safai, who threaded it for Totakil, and Fatea denied him. Troslavenia, Zacharias, Cordero. Oh, it's a lovely clip, and Troslavenia with cheek has steered it wide. Would have been a delightful little dink to round it all out. Sapina, Troslavenia took a touch in it, maybe took the wind out of the Spaniard's sails. Ascari, Hadji. Is there one last look for him? It took a deflection off a diving Cordero and then found Fatea. Cordero. Zacharias. Totakil intervenes. Sapina was swarmed, and Totakil's got a look and has steered it off the bar and over. Ken Long for Troslavenia, who was on his own, and Marabi just about prevented the corner. He went spearing, and Totakil's touch was too heavy. So Thornbury, despite being tested, have overcome Championship RMIT. They trailed twice in the first half. They took the slenderest lead into half-time. But have overcome and overrun in the second half, courtesy of a quick-fire Sapina double, which built a buffer that proved insurmountable. Sapina, does he get one more for the road? He does! In the nick of time. Sapina with cheek, with a chip, claims his hat-trick. Right at the last second, he had to wait. He was longing, and he went and got it. A first win in all competitions for Thornbury. The Hounds showcasing some bark and bite at long last in the new year. For RMIT, a good run of form comes to an abrupt end. Full-time in Darabin, it's Thornbury 7, RMIT 3. The final one before the break, the final all-championship installation of the Cup, the last edition of the second-tier teams facing off, and we saved the best to last, don't you worry about that. Boline are top of the table, Kensington are third. They're level on points in the second tier, separated on goal difference from who is at the summit and who is chasing the automatic promotion place. Not only is it their first meeting in the Cup this season, it is their first meeting in all competitions. The first look they get at each other in the new campaign. And Boline have been brilliant following their start to championship life. Top of the table and the early trend setters for top flight promotion. A dramatic point against Thornbury in their Cup opening night, also proving they can take it up to the very, very best and show what this team can be capable of. Kensington have also been equally positive, third in the table, and they routed Braybrook in the first round to sit top of the cup table. They're looking for 2 wins from 2 and a hot start, and they have a free kick. Just a slightly firm challenge from Sean Escanilla, who gives Kensington the first look at a free kick. The last of an all-championship bout. A true Sunday special. Two teams who very much are looking towards the top flight. Early opportunity for Griot, who smashes wide. First real shot in anger of what is now becoming the late afternoon. And DCSS at this point in the day, with it being so lovely, beyond a mild, quite a marvellous mid-March afternoon. It's become a bit of a sauna. Escanilla wanted the return. There was no foul given, and that seemed to spark controversy, and Boline could break it. It took a deflection just as Rasul was looking to drive forward. Kuzaratsis wanted the free kick. Corner set for Kyriakos, and now Escanilla. And the block from Maliakar. Returned all the way to Peshti. And again, Kensington go on the high press. Kyriakos not given away through. Griot just slowly going to Escanilla. That's a smashing ball for Kuzaratsis. And then in the other way, he lost out and fouled Mara. And already the early theme is set. That is the last foul. Keeper laying down the law. They've racked up 3 in next to no time. So it's more from a personal standpoint. Lovely tiptoeing work. The keeper had to fly out. It nearly still broke for Maliakar. It might do. And now the opportunity to break for Boline is on. Kuzaratsis forces a good save out of Skoufis. It's cleared only as far as Escanilla. Kuzaratsis went back to Peshti, who went spearing on the switch for Rasul and ran out of room. Griot got it back from Tamim Maliakar. And then Griot threaded it for Mara wonderfully. It's a tidy move from Kensington. Maliakar forced back. Griot gave it a hit, and Peshti had to be alert at the expense of a corner. Taken short out for Mara. Griot. Maliakar was lurking. Found its way to Patton. He tried to go around Escanilla, whose sliding challenge was a good one. Patton, Mara, looped it, and Peshti claimed it. Rolled for Escanilla. Threaded brilliantly down the line for Rasul, who couldn't go around Patton and allowed Skoufis to go and claim it. Both of these sides, you can feel it. Not just in the sense of a cup tie, but in the sense of a first look at each other. A very cagey and tentative opening 5 minutes. Chances at a premium. Neither wanting to place a wrong foot. There's Kuzaratsis forced back to Escanilla, who went spearing. Maliakar cut it out. And Kyriakos will recycle. Escanilla once more. He tried to steer it for Kuzaratsis, but couldn't. And now Maliakar can break, and then gave it away. Rasul got a foot in. Kuzaratsis still somehow, some way, finding a way through. Forcing a good save out of Skoufis down low. And in fact, he hit the post. No shout of keeping intervention. Maliakar clipped it in the channel for Griot, who spun superbly and lashed his effort wide. Was not a million miles away from opening the scoring, as Puttarat then lunged in on Mara, and for it will get the game's first yellow card. And the shout from the Boline bench is to calm it down. They are already one from the limit, and we've only had 6.5 minutes. Another Kensington free kick. And they've ripped the early momentum. Johnny Krakaris' take. Only one in the wall. Thump low for Mara, who was waiting for someone to set it back to, and only saw 2 shades of grey, and now Boline can break. Griot in retreat did well, and then continued his march. Again wanted a foul, and again Puttarat is walking a tightrope. The legs keep dangling. They just keep flirting with that 5th foul. As Peshti. Shot on the swivel was well blocked by Forrest. Kruzaratzis' corner with haste. Escania gave it a hit. And some way, somehow it stays out. Recycled out, and a good save from Skoufas. Mara then had to hammer it away. Kyriakos came close. Escania's reset. Peshti. Set on again for Sean Escania, and Griot blocks. Taken quickly and bundled in. Kyriakos, the late arrival, and Boline at the back stick have found a way through. They had just been knocking on the door for a couple of minutes. And it took Dennis Kyriakos, who stole away at the back post completely unmarked, to give the championship leaders a lead in the cup against one of their early title rivals. They posed the early question, what have Kensington got from this point on? The wonder was who would blink first. And the Eagles haven't exactly soared so far. Lagozzo nearly on the end of it. Skoufas nearly had it under him. Almost 2 in next to no time. For a side who do score sporadically, but in bursts. Mara for Krakaris, and now Forrest, who lost out this time. Lagotho picked his pocket. Skoufas saved. Oh, what a finish! It's a Kruzaratzis cracker. And Boline have belted 2 clear. Forrest's misfortunate giveaway. The initial Skoufas intervention was a good one, and the second it fell for Kruzaratzis, he cracked it in. Caught as crisply as you will like. And Boline have just lifted in the last couple of minutes, and Kyriakos with a good slide. Much to managerial marvel, and now they want timeout, as Griot is lurking. Timeout slip handed to Ben Howe. Kensington wanting to halve the deficit, and now it's 3-on-1. Kyriakos just steered it just wide. My word, how quickly it opened up on the break. They just streamed forward. Kensington caught out completely by a crimson surge as Forrest hits the post. And there is that timeout. In fact, retracted with haste. It will be a corner for Kensington. Ben Howe not too hasty on broadcast side to call that, as Griot had Legozzo to go around and couldn't do so. Grillo's take. Patton tried to work her way through. Krakaris then lost out. A slip from Legozzo, and it found its way out to Kruzeratsis, who had a hit and crashed it into the back of the stanchion. Griot waiting on runners, was clipped long, and Peshti did well to judge it, quickly rolled it for Razul. Couldn't find Kruzeratsis. Forrest with a tidy flick helped it on its way to Patton, who then lost out in retreat. Griot kept it moving. Kensington just causing an issue, and the deflection took it into the roof. Griot. Peshti lets it run out, and now Boline will have that timeout. After a tense opening 10, where first and third were lock level in a cagey affair, Boline broke through twice in a quick fire flurry. As we get a timeout for the first time, it's Boline 2, Kensington 0. We return from timeout for the first time in the afternoon's late instalment. Boline, who are wanting to fly out of the blocks, had to take a slower route to get there, but they are 2-0 up. And they have got a healthy buffer against Kensington. The Eagles haven't spread their wings just yet. As Legozzo had options further forward. Boline charging, and Skoufas had to save. Fire Hussein denied by a firm parry. Escania. Back to Peshti. Again, they worked their way through. Griot had to dive in. Mara had to clear. Rasul was just working his way down the right flank. Peshti. Out for Sean Escania, who poked it on one more for Legozzo. It took a deflection. Griot helped it on its way. Peshti was a long way from home and had to make the challenge. Otherwise, Kensington would have been through too with a vacant net. Maliakar. Griot, not beyond Legozzo. Set it back for Mara. Griot. It was too long for anybody, especially Patton. As we start to tick towards first half stop clock territory. Threaded for Maliakar, who lost out to Hussein, who set it for Legozzo. Brilliant save, the first and the second from Skoufas. critical denial, and now Mara can break, and Kensington have got a look. Griot's touch was heavy, somehow he kept it rolling, the save from Pesty was good, and the second time, the follow from Patton, they just can't bundle it through and in. Remarkable as to how they have not scored. And Pesty, full of praise, full of protest, and then full of a couple of epiphanies on how to play out. As Patton loses to Escania. And now Razul, who fancies a hit from range and scores a stunner. It's a searing drive. And Boline have hit a treble before half-time. Hit with blistering pace. A special goal from the skipper. Boline really now making themselves clear as championship top dogs without even having to make a league lunge. Mara, Patton, they've got one back! Kensington quick fire, the clean sheet is blemished. Boline switched off momentarily and Patton placed it ever so coolly to get one back. And Pesty not best pleased with the defensive effort. Boline just start chipping. And they just switched off. And Kensington have clawed one and cut the deficit to 2. There's a searching ball for Hussein, who collided with Maliakar. Now Griot. Patton with a slight protest, but for a half that has been tense, Maliakar did well. And then took a tumble, Escania, and it's a brilliant save from Skoufas. Griot then cleared. And there was a clear call. And a clear wave away. As Hussein had his effort blocked by Griot. Escania, lovely switch. Kyriakos, palmed away by Skoufas, whose palms were stung, and Patton can now go. Escania dived in to good effect. Patton kept rolling, and it's a fabulous intervention from Pesty, who then got inventive. That is fantastic. And went on his own. Forced a save, and Hussein couldn't turn it in. Nearly a piece of sugar. Benito, oh, what a goal! Patton has pierced it in. And where we had a bit of brilliance almost at one end, at the other, Kensington come up with something special to get themselves right back in the game. Having been 3 down before the stop clock ticked on, they are within 1. That's lovely from Kyriakos. Boline must go again. They must find the spot they did early. And Maliakar nearly steered into his own net. As Kozaratsis put some pace on the cutback. Taken out for Pesty, who thought about it. Kozaratsis, Kyriakos, cut out by Griot. Patton, who is hat-trick hunting, knows he snatched at that a touch. And now Kensington want timeout. Escania. Threaded for Kozaratsis. Wanted to thread it. It might break for Escania. Griot got a foot on it. As Putsarat was just looking to search, and he's now found. Gave it a drive, and Forrest did well to wear it and take the sting out of it. Griot went surging, and Pesty was undeterred. He went long. Kouzaratsis took it down well. Set it back for Kyriakos. Putarat. Kouzaratsis, Eskania. Get on for Kouzaratsis, who got around Patton. Set it for Kyriakos. Patient from Boline. Kyriakos continuing. Thread it, it was cut out well, and now Grio can charge. Kyriakos in retreat, they have a corner, and Kensington have timeout. Having been 3 down, with now under 2 to half time, they are within 1. As we go to timeout, it's Boline 3, Kensington 2. Timeout down the stretch in the first half. Kensington have reduced it to 1 and have a great look at getting themselves level before the break. Grio's take. Malik Yart had it cleared. Kouzaratsis. Set it back for Kyriakos. They just take the sting out of the situation. Boline, you get the feel, just hanging on a little bit now to half time. Kyriakos, Lagotto. Went down the line for Putarat, who returned it brilliantly, and the shot was lashed just wide. Is there a late lunge from either side? Forrest, who was patient and then tiptoed his way around Kouzaratsis well and waited on a ball which didn't find a target. Inside the first half's final minute, Peshti went looking for Kouzaratsis, and Malik Yart stayed him all the way. These two teams, if this is what the second tier title tango is to be, then it's already something special. In its first instalment, Kouzaratsis went low and Skoufas was short. Malik Yart couldn't find Grio, who was charging. Kyriakos, Lagotto. Kouzaratsis had his effort blocked by Malik Yart and Patton, who was pressing. Lagotto, Kouzaratsis, and for Peshti. On one more for Putarat. Kouzaratsis, is there one look late? It's blocked well by Malik Yart. It then fell for Forrest, who was under immediate pressure and dealt with it superbly. Patton, the clock will beat them, but what a half of futsal. What an installation between two of the championship's top 3. If it is to be this way in the league as well as the cup, we are in for many a terrific contest. Half time in Darabin. It's Boline with a slender lead. They lead Kensington 3-2. The second half, top and third in the championship at the moment, separated by a singular goal. Boline were 3-0 up at some point, but a late Kensington rally has them right in the game at half-time. Two terrific goals have cut this lead to 1, and the Eagles are just starting to spread their wings. They need a quick start to the second half. They will want to fly out of the blocks and best this Boline side, not only for their cup aspirations, it would be 2 wins from 2 for them, but also you have to look ahead and think of the championship implications. A big mental edge knowing you can get it done over one of your early season promotion and title rivals. As Malakia chopped it off for Forrest, threaded it down the line. Krakaris was lurking, didn't have anybody centrally. Peshti then dived on it and set it off for Futtarat. Lagozzo. The first half was tense and tight and cagey for its first 5 minutes. You get the feeling that this second half will start with a spark. Neither side really wanting to let the other settle and wanting to get their feet on the table. Lovely turn and a brilliant save from Skoufis to deny Kyriakos. Sharp swivel. And the first real bit of incision Boline have shown. Set back for Peshti. Kyriakos. Left for Razul. Now on to Futtarat. Razul gave it a hit and Kyriakos inadvertently was in the way. And then there's a bit of Boline protest for whose it should have been. Forrest. Malakia. Oh, lovely touch, and Forrest gave it a firm hit, and it's a good save from Peshti. An early Kensington corner. Can they get themselves level? The quicker they do, the more tension and the more angst you will feel start to befall the league leaders in the second tier. Griot took it short. Malakia couldn't keep it alive. Very, again, slow, cagey start. The first half found its rhythm late on. This looks like it may very well do the same. Lovely ball from Kyriakos for Razul, who steered it wide. It took a brilliant save from Skoufis on the way through. Corner set all the way back for Peshti. Kyriakos gave it a hit, but it faded late and found the side netting. There's Malakia. Clips it, cut out by Razul. Oh, lovely touch on for Lagozzo. Razul kept going. Kyriakos was found by the clip. Oh my word, it's cleared off the line. That is an unbelievable blunder. Razul may well have just prevented his own side from going 4-2 up. Not that he knew anything about it, as it was crashed by Kyriakos goalwards. He was on the goal line. Think Eric Maxim Choupo-Moting for PSG way back when. As the effort from Futtarat was not far away. May they come to rue that miss. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable how that had not found the net. Will it give Kensington a bit of a fly further forward? Griot's gained some yards. Still they search. Mara. Grillo. Couldn't get around Futsarat. Kensington have just ripped the momentum at the first 5. Despite that, Boline have come the closest, and how they did not score is beyond me. But is there a chance to magnify that? Malik Yar was searching, and it took a flick off Hussein, who protests his innocence. Malik Yar took it for Krakaris. Grillo wanted the switch for Mara, and Legozzo as Malik Yar came storming through. Kyriakos, lovely thread. Hussein, who was pinned and gave it a poke, and Skoufas was alert, and Boline have a corner. Hussein's take again, set back for Peshti. Kyriakos, Futsarat, oh, it's off the bar! Oh my word! Hussein's header hits the bar, and now Kensington counter. Grillo, brilliant block from Kyriakos. They could have had a 3-goal buffer by now. The championship leaders currently cursing their luck, you'd imagine. As Grillo waited for Mara's overlap, and they win a corner. How much closer can you come? Not once, but twice. And this now may be a stroke of good fortune for Kensington. Got to take it for Grillo. Oh my word, he's hit the bar. Peshti was uncertain. That dipped devilishly. And it just skimmed the very peak of the upright on its way through. That was perhaps too nonchalant for comfort for the Boline shot stopper. Lovely spin from Hussein, who got away from Malik Yar, and then picked Mara's pocket, whose returning slide couldn't prevent a corner. You can feel the tension in this place now. Cup tie Sunday come to life. Set back for Kakaris, and now Grillo, who is all on his own and lashes wide. That was their look. At an early lever, and Peshti post haste was maybe too hasty. Kakaris, Grillo went on his own, under and in. And Kensington have come all the way back. They get some fortune of their own. Grillo with too much force. Peshti couldn't handle it. And Boline, who had a pair of opportunities go begging, now find themselves back where they started. As Kuzaratis went too long for anybody. Malik Yar. Grillo wanting movement. Mara obliging him with such. He's slowed up by Legozzo. Set it back for Malik Yar. Threaded for Patton, who wanted the 1-2. It was read well by Kuzaratis, who then couldn't turn. Kyriakos came crashing through. It then broke for Mara. Malik Yar's got Patton, who's all on his own. And a brilliant block from Legozzo, not only to prevent a hat-trick, but to prevent Kensington from leading. And Kyriakos is down. As is Legozzo. Both of them have worn one. Kyriakos, the misfortune of right where you don't want to wear one. All seem to be fine now. Mara for Patton. Wanted to place it into his path. Legozzo got up. Patton evaded Hussein. And Mara wins the corner. Approaching the halfway stage of a second half that's steamed by. Kensington have snatched all the momentum. And Griot gave it a go and wasn't far away. Inches from flipping this game on its head. Kensington 20 minutes ago were nowhere. 3 down, hit with a quick-fire treble, and now they have clawed themselves to the team looking more likely of taking this. Legozzo, Kruzeratsis, forced all the way back by a loose touch, and then gave it away to Patton, who is charging off the post and in! Hat-trick hunting, hat-trick getting, with a postage stamp finish. And Boline, who were 3-0 up, have had their lead evaporate and want timeout. Outstanding. Kensington have crashed through at the start of the second half. As we get a timeout, it's Boline 3, Kensington 4. Would you believe it? Kensington were 3-0 down. They clawed it back to 3-2 by half-time. Boline had 2 golden gilt-edge opportunities to put this game out of sight. And now they find themselves trailing 4-3, in need of answers, in need of a response. And they have a corner post haste to do so. Which was taken for Kruzeratsis. Cleared away by Griot. Peshti nodded it for Legozzo. Hussein, Kyriakos, and steaming through was Legozzo, who was unmarked but unable to apply a finishing touch. Kruzeratsis intervened and then got away from Mara, and now Malik Yar is charging, sent it for Griot, they tried to walk it in, and now they're caught 3-on-1 on the counter. Scoof is saved, and Malik Yar in retreat. A great look for Kyriakos, whose corner is again all the way back for Peshti. Escania. Kyriakos, fall all the way back for the keeper. Patton gives chase, he's got a hat-trick. And the third was the pick of the bunch. A postage stamp perler. As Kruzeratsis smashed it at Skoufis, who had to wear it. When looking for Griot, who got around Kruzeratsis, and then around Escania and scored! And now Kensington have the breathing room. Griot bullied the Boline pair. And Kensington, from 3 down, have come crashing for a 2-goal lead. Gorgeous footwork to beat the pair, and the finish was precise. And now there seems to be some sort of civil war. Kruzeratsis was not pleased with Rasul. The fling fell for Escania. Switched it for Rasul. Now Kruzeratsis. Sean Escania. Rasul wanting to work a yard. Patton got a foot in, but he kept on charging away from two. And then Griot came across the challenge. Rasul's take. Skoufis happy to have it seen through. Futterat had just gone too early. Griot couldn't clear. Futterat had it break his way. Griot dangled a leg. And there will be conversation. It was outside the area. The only question is there a card or no? Quick glance at Ben Howell. Quick shake of the head from him. Boline have a free kick. And a chance to cut the lead to 1. Hussein, Skoufis wore it, and Rasul steered the following well over. Boline wants a corner. And Kruzeratsis was trying to further prove the point. We're about to hit the stop clock. We're about to hit 5 to the end of an all-championship cup classic. Kensington with an unbelievable comeback. Threaded for Patton from Griot, who stepped his way round, and then Futterat got a foot in right in the nick of time. Patton for Mara, ricocheted off Futterat for Kruzeratsis. Helped it on its way for Escania. It took a ricochet off Patton. Escania then tried to bundle his way through. Rasul had it ricochet his way and steered his effort wide. After this, a short break. And then the Classico. The first cup installation for the new year. Fitzroy and Moreland. And this one makes for a much more interesting setup than what it was on opening night. Escania threaded off the post. Futterat hit the post. That is a trio of chances now. Where Boline could have flipped this game. Kensington riding their luck. Mara lost out to Legotto. Now Kruzeratsis, and Skoufis saves. Griot. And you get the feeling they save Forest for this kind of occasion. Kensington want timeout. They will have to wait. Futterat, Legotto. Escania. Kruzeratsis' touch was heavy, and now Kensington have that timeout. In no time to take it. When they come back, it'll be down the stretch as we head to timeout for the final time in this absolute belter of a cup tie. It's Boline 3, Kensington 5. We return down the stretch. Kensington with a 2-goal buffer. They have 4 on the dot to hang on. It would be a mammoth victory for them. 2 from 2 in the cup, but more importantly, it would vanquish their closest championship title rivals for the first time this season. It would give them one over a Boline side who so far had looked faultless, but don't now. Escanilla with a good win. Got it on to Lagotto. Kruzeratsis was further forward. He was given a tug back by Forrest, who will find himself with a yellow card. Much maligned intention. Booking brandished. And I tell you what, they only have to wait a fortnight to see each other again after this. So this, the first glimpse of 2 teams who will be going toe-to-toe. And they have done tonight, and so far Kensington have the edge. Kruzeratsis gave it a hit, Skoufas dived, and Forrest fired it away. Just in the nick of time, Escanilla got it off. Kruzeratsis, Lagotto was battling with Forrest and trying to find a way through. Cleared only as far as Escanilla, and then Malik Yar did well. Has got Griot up with him, but Sean Escanilla in retreat. Did superbly well. And now, oh my word. Kensington have been given a free kick. Malik Yar took a tumble. Sean Escanilla is in complete disbelief. And a yellow card given as well. Which, given what the foul might have been rewarded for, is most harsh. Astonishing. We're not without drama. Even late on. Kensington, you get the feeling one more might win it. Trying their best to shut this game down. Griot's take, no one was there. And Boline are in a hurry. Kyriakos. Did it on for Kruzeratsis. Again, threaded for Kyriakos, who couldn't get a foot on it. Skoufas was vigilant and had to be. Griot then gave it away. Futsarat. Kruzeratsis, corner. Which was taken quickly and wasted. Skoufas happy to settle and then gave it to Griot, whose turn was a little loose. Futsarat. Every second that ticks by, Kensington inch closer. Lagotto. Kruzeratsis. Futsarat. Lagotto. Kruzeratsis. Lovely move. The space opened up. And Krakaris' challenge had to be clean. Kruzeratsis from the corner. Blocked by Malik Yar. Peshti. Kruzeratsis once more. Worked a yard and was inches wide. So close to the deficit being cut to 1. This approaching a truly grandstand final couple of minutes. Mara for Krakaris. And Futsarat had to come along. 2 to go. Kensington having to hold on. Griot. Mara. Malik Yar. You get the feeling they are going to sit in and soak up as much as they can. Futsarat urged to shoot, took it on. Skoufas parried. Krakaris had it full his way. Mara unable to make it beyond. Now Legozzo. Kyriakos set it back. Futsarat gave it a hit. Malik Yar blocked. Krakaris wanting to work a yard for himself, and Malik Yar got a foot in. Kyriakos, and it was a slow save from Skoufas, but he got a touch on it nonetheless. What a closing to the first part of the cup. This a night of two acts. As Kyriakos saved by Skoufas, Griot gave it a go from range and was wide. That's the kind of look they're going to get though. Kyriakos, Kuzaratsis, Hossein, Futsarat. Kuzaratsis wanted to work a yards and flash wide. And again they want a corner, and again they won't get one. Skoufas searching. Mara. Griot, who got beyond, and that would have wrapped it up. It was a good hit too. That would have been that, but the door is still open. And Kuzaratsis and Futsarat, they've got one back. Now then. Now then. 58 seconds for one more to be found. This one will go down to the wire. Two of the championship's top three. Locked level on points. One separating on the night. Patton. Mara Peshti was audacious and did well. And then got it back in his own half. And now the slide from Kuzaratsis. They were inches from an equaliser. Griot went long. It's going to fall in, you know. It had fallen over the line. Griot will claim it, and that might be that. For all of Boleyn's bustling to get back in the game, it might be a moment of Peshti pondering that costs them it. A moment of misfortune for the shot stopper. A moment of Kensington adulation, and they can add one more now. Griot's hunting a hat-trick. He set one down. That's a super goal. 3 points wrapped up. That will do it. 2 for 2 in the cup for Kensington. But more importantly, a first victory over Boline this season in their first meeting. Futsarat was close, but not close enough. The Eagles have soared. The first time of asking to do so in 26. Boline can't believe they've lost it. Does Patton fancy one more for the road? He might do. Steered the effort wide. This now quite a pedestrian pace from a beaten Boline. Kensington. What a win this is for them. They have found a way beyond some frustration being shown. 2 from 2 in the cup. And the first time they've been able to topple a title contender. They were 3-0 down and out of it. A stellar second half finds them battle away beyond Boline. Full time in Darabin before a quick break. Boline 4, Kensington 7.
Mo Fataya, the Hounds are out and running amok again in 2026. Let's talk about how it's going to go for them, considering they're back up in SFV on circumstances which are known to the competition, but the Hounds are back up. What's the mood like in the training camp?
So first of all, Palombi, hey, it's been forever. Secondly, honestly, I was actually calm with being relegated to championship. I'm like, it gives us a season to rebuild and come back, because obviously since the last season, we weren't that bad. We just couldn't score goals, and that's why I'm happy. That's why I was happy for us to drop. But due to really funny circumstances, we're back up, and it's sort of sad, because it's we deserve to go down, and that's how it should be. But we've got this opportunity, and it's so why not take it? And for this season, I'm a lot more confident than last season, due to the big fact, I'm going to put it out there, I love Jono as a player. I love what he's going to bring for us. And so not taking away from what I had last season, but just being able to throw to Jono and he can go and do something now. I'm just that's going to be so much fun. That, as well as bringing Romario in as a coach. I really like him. He's maybe, so not like Dharma, who's really futsal minded. He's more of a manager, which I don't mind, because me as a player, it's always good to have someone who's going to keep you on your toes and keep you fresh. And it's really exciting. It's also happened within the space of 2 weeks, and the fact that we've still got a whole 8 months, probably more of season to go. This is a roller coaster I'm really looking forward to.
On the topic of player availability, it's known that Thornbury have a fair amount of players that have commitments elsewhere. Considering the season's a long one, how does the club accommodate those potential issues?
Just on that, even with the Swatsonia players, they all played throughout the season last year and seasons before. The one thing I'll say who's really underrated is Luke Paoli's commitment. This guy, unless he's actually broken in half, he will be there and he'll give you 100%. It's not, hey coach, I'm going to sit down. He's like, boys, behind me and let's go. And that's been really, it's been brand new at Thornbury, because it's no matter who you are, there are certain days where you're the leader and the boys just follow you. And it's been really brand new at Thornbury as well, where there's pressure on you, but it's not bad pressure. And Ashley would always come to me, hey Mo, win us this game. But it's more of a, I know you've got this, instead of you have to win it. And it's really been positive for me, because obviously before Thornbury, I was having a lot of performance issues. I wasn't playing as much, and I'm bad. I get into my head, and just coming to Thornbury now, I feel like I've really changed as a player. And it's and the boys as well, I've seen them grow from State League 2 to now Series Futsal, which is just crazy.
Touch on more about your performance last season, especially the back end of that second campaign. It was noticed, your confidence in between the sticks.
Look, it's funny that you say that, because I see it the other way. I started a house on fire, and I kind of went down a little bit. I wouldn't say in confidence, in just the big saves I was doing every week. I noticed that to drop. But the differences between this season and last season was, in previous seasons I've done it and I've just gone downhill. But now at Thornbury, behind Nash's leadership and all those people up top, I was able to balance myself, and instead of declining, I kind of kept just my form. And I was surprised, because there were some games I wasn't great, but then it's I wasn't as bad as I used to be, which is me now as a 28-year-old keeper. I have to be consistent. I can't be the youngster who plays a good game, has a bad game, where it's now I really have to be the guy for Thornbury. And and as you commentators say every week, I'm the guy for Thornbury, which I take pleasure on it. But this season, now that I've got Jono, now that Luke is becoming a star and we've got a few other stars, that takes a bit of pressure off me, but doesn't mean that I can play any worse. We have to be able to tell Albert to bring them up because as we said, because of last season, because we weren't able to keep each other afloat at the end, it kind of crashed and tumbled a bit. But if me, Luke and the boys can get together, and I really want to say this, but Sir Ollie Slingsby, even though his performances are a bit here, like having him on the team every week bring a confidence is something like the team needs. And like I can go on about each and one of the boys all day, but it's all about that main core being able to get around the team and just forcing us to play better. And like, look, like I'll be lying if I didn't say people think we're the team that's going to get relegated. But like, as I say a lot, I really want to shut those people up. Like, because last season, we felt that we should have stayed up. And look, I really wanted us to stay up as a personal achievement, but even together as the team. And yeah, like there's a lot to go off last season, like a lot to go off, and I felt like we've gotten stronger now. So it's like, come at us. It's like, if we win or we lose, come at us, and we're gonna come again next week.
It was last season where we noticed Thornbury playing a lot on match moments and the emotion of the game. Would that be something we'd expect to see again moving forward this season?
Look, definitely is. It's like so we know that in round one when we had Paco, so we knew that they were maybe better than us, but if we brought it to them, then we're gonna win, and that's what we shown in a few games last season. Like for Fitzroy, we kept them 0-0 for about a half. And then they eventually scored a few, but it's like, if we can keep building on that, maybe not beat Fitzroy in the Moorlands, but it means maybe only losing 3-1. Aching teams play their best futsal against us, and then you have to rely on match moments, like me with a big save, Jono with a goal, Luke running up and down for 40 minutes, which he doesn't get any credit for, actually. I feel like Luke, like the work he does and the big moments he has, every week I couldn't talk so highly enough of him. Even in this interview, it's hard to not get excited and start talking, but I've just got to keep myself grounded and realize a few good performances isn't enough. I have to be able to do it from game one to game last. Sorry, I had no idea, but like, I've just got to be able to do it for a whole season and just keep using my voice. I've got a big voice. I know I've got it. I have to obviously use it a bit more. And like me coming in here early, preparing throughout the week, I feel like if I can get better at those small things, I'll be able to help the team not only stay up, but seem like a much stronger team.
Well, Mo Fatea, all the best with yourself and Thornbury heading into the 2026 campaign. Good luck and go well.
Easy. Thank you, Palombi, and I can't wait to see you all Sunday.
This a fixture that needs no introduction. This famous clash between two old rivals, finally restored to the cup. The competition's two titans, the series futsal states two titans. Fitzroy, who can make their claim as one of the best teams in the country. Moreland can follow that too. Although for the Tigers, they faltered against Hume in the league last time out, tasting defeat for the first time this year. Now they have to face a rivals, albeit undermanned, still wanting a rebound. Although they are aware that the blueprint for the Tigers' mortality has been made public. Moreland in themselves look a rejuvenated bunch from the side that were beaten 5-1 on opening night by the reigning champions. And it was worth mentioning, the last time these two met in cup competition, the Blues bettered the Tigers and made their way to the Clubs Cup final in Season 2 of 2024. And Josh Allen, with immediate effect, has scored a beauty. Fitzroy have flown out of the traps. And it is the skipper of the evening who gets the party started. Smashed in to the back of the net. Allen with the finest and with the firmest of finishing touches has got the Tigers underway for the evening. What a goal that was. Ever so well taken. Morland looking for an instant reply. Stellitano had it cut out by Pep Filio. Now Allen. Filio once more. On for Elias Parthamos. This Fitzroy will be hoping the perfect way to rebound from last week. They're off to the perfect start. Allen got it back from Peluso and sent it off to Parthamos, who had room to charge into. Smashing ball for Allen, who steered it wide. This is lovely futsal. Like a knife through butter at the moment from those in a buttery yellow. As Dustizada, challenged by Parthamos. A simply scintillating way to start the second act of the evening. The first one's ending on court was an all-championship classic. And this now, series futsal's two top dogs. Both battling it out. Fitzroy have that early goal, the all-important early goal. Don't be mistaken about an undermanned Moreland. This 5 still possesses some quality. Lockie Maliaros against his former side. Giovanni Stellitano, Herdustizada, Adam Cooper and Udapidu all rounding out the 5. Fitzroy underwent some change from the starting setup. Aaron Yu, Elias Parthamos, Peluso, Alan Pep Filio. And many on the bench. Ibrahim Haby, the sole Moreland Blue. There's Cooper. Dustizada, Filio got a good foot in. Cooper. When clipping for Dustizada, Filio nodded it, Peluso, Filio. Parthamos will make it work, and he did so well. That's really tidy from Elias Parthamos. It's set out the other way for Allen now. Fitzroy taking their time. Russo introduced. And immediately involved. The interesting point, no Scott Rogan in the Tigers lineup tonight. He is part of the coaching staff, sitting alongside Jason Ishak and Jimmy Soufis. As Parthamos worked a yard on Dustizada. That's a fabulous save from Maliaros. A marvellous firm hand from the Moreland shot stopper to steer it away to safety. Fitzroy corner. Taken quickly by Peluso. Allen left it behind. Stellitano was on his own. Set it back for Cooper. Now Uripidu. Couldn't get beyond Parthamos. Worth noting that opening night's win in the league. First time Fitzroy in the new year at least had downed their rivals. More than have a good record here in Darabin against the Tigers. Fitzroy will be looking to claw some of that momentum back now. As Parthamos finds Allen. A Peluso. Russo. Allen once again. This a far more, not pedestrian pace, but a far more precise pace to the Classico so far as Allen. Russo. A testing first 5.5. Allen left it for Parthamos. Adam Cooper just following Russo, who then worked a yard and had to set it back. Parthamos again. Dustizada stepped up and it was given away to Cooper. And Moreland might have half a look. Adam Cooper had a hit. And Aaron Yu was alert to make the save. That the first real flash of blue in a half that since its inception has been a cacophony of canary. Cooper again. Good challenge by Parthamos. Those two. Wants to watch this evening. Cooper no stranger to this fixture. Stelitano. Cut out by Allen, and now Fitzroy can break. 3-on-2 momentarily. A lovely roll by Josh Allen, who then ran into Euripidu, who cleared. Fitzroy prepping a couple of changes. Corey Saul and Javaro Nepomuceno look like the likely duo. Aaron Yu advanced onto Peluso. Parthamos. They work it ever so tidily well round the current Moreland mesh. Smashing ball for Parthamos from Russo. And he scores! Postage stamp from Elias Parthamos. A picture book goal. The top corner crashed. And Fitzroy have doubled their lead. Such a sweet strike. Second he got half a yard on his right foot, you knew what would happen. Unstoppable, undeniable. And Fitzroy are making fury of an undermanned Moreland. Peluso, Russo. Again for Christian Peluso, who slipped and stumbled. Stelitano went back from Aliaros, and they gave it away to Nepomuceno, who rolled it for Russo, and it was blocked by Euripidu. And Cooper's on his own, and Aaron Yu denies him. Excellent piece of keeping. As Corey Saul steered it for Nepomuceno well. Set it back for Russo, and now Dustazada can break. Stelitano up, Cooper too. It is Adam Cooper, and Yu denies with a firm palm. Busy couple of minutes for the futsal route. Had to deny Cooper twice. The first, he was looking for more of a caress. That one a crash. Saul, Russo. Peluso. Again for Corey Saul. Fitzroy so tidy. And still the demand is ball speed. That's fabulous from Nepomuceno, who then gets it back. Peluso. Russo. And it's just oh so intricate. Peluso fancied a hit. It's a good split save from Aliaros. Another Fitzroy corner. In a swathe of an opening 10 minutes that they have entirely dominated. Nepomuceno peeling away. And dragged his effort just wide. Stelitano was hustled. Dustizada tried to steer it. Russo couldn't quite find Nepomuceno. Maliaros made it up for Stelitano. And you fumbled, and Euripidu's got one back. Moreland have halved the deficit. A brief venture forward, and it has bore fruit. Safe to say, the backs to the wall Blues have just got themselves a little glimmer, a little something to smile about. Fitzroy, who've had it all their own way with a brief lapse, one which proved costly, as it always does in this game. Filio, Saul lost out, Euripidu in retreat. Cooper, Stelitano, who is charging, had Dustizada. It was read by Russo, who set it back for Saul. Now Pep Filio, who worked it well for Nepomuceno. Fitzroy just taking their time, trying to work the perfect angle, which nearly was for Saul. Cooper got a foot in. Just Izada, it broke for Saul, and Stellitano blocked. Season's second Classico. So far, delivering a very different storyline. As Filio gave it a flash. And he caught it sweet. His effort steered just over. As Cooper with the chip, Stellitano plucked it beautifully, but was out of room. There is some Fitzroy frustration. And Benjamin Howe, referee on broadcast side, just reiterating to Cosimo Russo that in fact they've got a point. Saul, Russo, Stellitano, just Izada lost out to Saul. Filio. Threaded for Russo beautifully, and Maliaros made the save. Now Stellitano. Fitzroy continued that high press. Moreland having to get a makeshift way out of it, and Euripidu couldn't do such. They are hunting. And Nepomuceno, Maliaros was short-sighted. Just Izada obscured his view. And it was a firm palm away. Corner set all the way back for Aranu. Now Pep Filio, who didn't have a back post runner. And the shot turn cross appreciated by those on the Fitzroy bench. And somehow, despite only having 5, despite this being the outcourt set they can provide, Moreland is still right in this game. All it would take is to withstand more pressure and to go and pinch one, and we're right back where we started, and the Classico again is thrust into the spotlight. Cooper went to flick for Euripidu, and it's a good challenge from Filio. It would be some effort if they were to even grab something from this game. They've got the quality to keep it close, all right. The proof is in the pudding at the moment. Sewell. Happy to lose out Cooper. Stellitano went through the legs of Parthamos, but his touch was too heavy. Aranu there to gather. Now Filio. Approaching first half stop clock territory. The season's second Classico, the first in the Cup, and it's flown by at a rate of knots. Fitzroy hunting a buffer. Moreland hanging in there and wanting time out. Parthamos, Filio, who went on the switch for Sewell, who worked a yard for himself, and Maliaros made the save. We have hit stop clock time. Chipped over the top too long for Maliaros, and Stellitano sees it out. And now that Moreland timeout will come. They went 2 down early in quite quick succession, but have found a way to graft their way back into the Classico. As we head to timeout, it's Fitzroy 2, Moreland 1. the first time out of the season's second meeting between Moreland and Fitzroy. The Blues issued it, and they are right in this game. Despite the fact that the 4UC is what you will get to the end, Moreland are making the most of it. Fitzroy have dominated possession, but it has been a truly robust rear guard action from the Blues so far. They had to weather an early onslaught. They went 2 down, the deficit halved. This still could go either way. Corey Saul, however, wants to change that. Had a go at Stelitano, set it back for Parthamos, who fancied a look from range and clattered it into Nepomuceno. Cooper clipped it for Euripidu. Set it back for Stelitano. Again moved it on to Euripidu. It is again intricate from Moreland while trying to work their way down the touchline. Parthamos did well. And then it found Nepomuceno, Filio and Fitzroy worked themselves out of a tight spot tidily. Parthamos, Saul. Threaded for Nepomuceno. The return was lovely. It's a brilliant goal. Fitzroy go back to front in a flash and re-establish that 2-goal buffer. Just the persistence, the perseverance with which they played through the press was poetic in a way. And now Saul, it's beautiful. 2 in next to no time. And the Tigers are running riot. Moreland, architects of their own downfall. Corey Saul from some distance with a sweet strike. And again given away. And again it finds its way to Saul, who has Euripidu to go round, who stood him up well. Corey Saul hat-trick hunting before half-time. Parthamos, who was set back, sefted it on to Allen. Parthamos is following, blocked by Cooper. Dusted up by Dustizada, who then had his pocket picked. Parthamos tiptoeing around Cooper and then giving it away to Euripidu, who looked up and only saw yellow and then gave it away to Allen, who flashed his effort across the face. And what was, at the timeout, something that could pose a tantalising tango. It's a lovely ball from Malioris in the meantime. Has become not a Fitzroy formality, but they have taken the fire out of this first half. And done so in such good fashion. Allen went the long way around Dustizada and Malioris saved. Stelitano helped it on for Euripidu. Oh, lovely sidestep. And Euripidu's through round Josh Allen and tamely into the palms of Aaron Hume. Peluso, Allen, Parthamos. Fitzroy happy to keep it now. The score, the timing is their friend. Rousseau, Parthamos. Threaded it for Peluso. This is patient and precise. Euripidu got in the way and then was bundled over. And Christian Peluso expresses some frustration at that. Dustizada. Stelitano shifted beyond Peluso and no one was there for the cutback. Tigers approaching halfway to 2 from 2 against Moreland this season. The Classico was a thorn in their side in 2025. As despite Moreland not being at it, they were still able to hold Fitzroy on many an occasion. Cosimo Russo. Nepomuceno Do they want to hit 5 before the break? Threaded for Russo, now on for Allen. Sized up Stelitano. Set it back for Nepomuceno, on for Peluso. Who had Cooper to go around, did so, and the cutback had nobody waiting on it. Cooper, Stelitano, shifted for Iripidu, who went with height for her. Dustizada was unable to find him. Allen, Peluso. Fitzroy hunting a 5th. Again, beyond Adam Cooper, and Maliaros saved. All different kind of instruction from both touchlines. Peluso set on for Nepomuceno's volley. And Iripidu put him off it being a pile driver at least. Stelitano found by Maliaros, who wanted a flick. It got a touch off Russo. 65 seconds to the break in the season's second Classico, the first in the Cup. And so far so good for Fitzroy. Cooper, Iripidu. On for Adam Cooper again. They work it intricately well, and then Allen put a stop to it. Russo, Nepomuceno, Peluso. Wanted to charge away from Dustizada. Javaro Nepomuceno once again. Set it on for Allen. Fitzroy toying with Moreland. Nepomuceno. Peluso, who worked a yard for himself. It took a deflection off Dustizada. Maliaros then parried. Dustizada found Stelitano, whose touch was silky. But then it was a pair of Tigers, one of whom Peluso, that came crashing through. Peluso, Allen, lofted to Maliaros, and Cooper had a charging Cosimo Russo to contend with. Was unable to beat him, but did not lose out either. And then clipped it towards Dustizada, and you gathered. It's been a first half that Fitzroy will certainly be happier with. Moreland, though, despite undermanned, Stelitano dragged the late effort wide. Won't be too disheartened by the grit, by the fight, by the courage that has been shown. Although, half-time in the Cup in the second season's Classico. It is Fitzroy who lead Moreland by 4-1. Returning from half-time, the act to start the second part of the evening, and so far it has been started in a Fitzroy flurry. They lead Moreland 4-1, the season's second Classico. So far going the way of the Tigers in the Cup against a very, very well understaffed Moreland Blues side. The only change was the one in between the sticks at the break, Ibrahim Hayby, as well as Sean Price getting a run out. Two different keepers, both wanting some minutes, both wanting to get themselves out there and about it. As these two teams lock horns with one another. 20 more minutes. Moreland have been defensively as diligent as they can in this first half. And it got a flick on the way through from Hayby off the sweetest of Corey Saul strikes, and Fitzroy have a corner. Nepomuceno, Saul try to set it for Filio, and now Stellitano, who momentarily had a few yards all to himself. Filio tried to shut the door, and Dustizada darted ahead of Price. Wasn't able to steer it goalward, or overly dangerously. But a brief opportunity as Hayby came charging to clear from an on-rushing Russo. Oh, the switch for Pep Filio. This, without a doubt, a night that Moreland, you would imagine, must not let happen again. The cup personnel available, I'm sure would be most displeasurable as a set back for Saul, who smashes over. Wasn't an entirely total outplay in the first half, just moments of Fitzroy quality, the affordability of interchange. Really the tipping point. But Moreland, to their credit, have shown a lot of resolve. They had the deficit half, they had themselves right back in the mix at one stage. As Nepomuceno tried to set it on for Saul. Hayby gathered, rolled it for Cooper. Now Stellitano, Dustizada. Cooper. Giovanni Stellitano lost out. It fell for Nepomuceno, who swiveled and then couldn't set Saul. Cooper intervened. Stelitano happy to hammer it away. That was the first half theme for almost any and every Moreland counter. Fitzroy had a period of really sustained pressure, and Sewell wins a corner. Another in a succession. Filio, who worked the yard at the near post, unable to steer it goalwards. But so far, it's been that kind of dominant display from the reigning series futsal champions. Moreland have just simply not been able to keep up thus far. Filio threaded. Nepomuceno held off Dustizada. Habe came and saved, and then Stelitano, who was a one-man break. Aripidou came to lend a helping hand, and it was set back for Adam Cooper. Dustizada lost out to Russo, who was poking, and Habe was saving. Corner taken all the way out to Josh Allen. Filio gave it a flash. It's a good save from Habe. A sharp fire from Filio, and a very good glance from the Moreland keeper to steer it wide of the post. Again, the corner taken with depth. Allen, Russo. Neatly found for Josh Allen, who switched it to Sewell and couldn't find him. Stelitano, Cooper, Aripidou. Parthamos came to give Filio a helping hand. Aripidou unable to keep it. Now Adam Cooper. What can the Blues conjure? Still far too early to call this a damage limitation job. If they can just craft a few minutes of quality, then you well and truly never know. As Aripidou couldn't find a way through. Next up, of course, Aku and Arians, the last championship team in competition tonight in the Cup, and then it's an all-series closer. Pascoe Vale in need of a win up against the Carlton Heart side, also searching for their first win since their promotion back to the top flight in all competitions. There's Peluso. Shifted a yard and won a corner. Was courtesy of a block from Cooper. Fitzroy still wanting to find number 5. Peluso, Parthamos, Allen, well worked. Wonderful. And there is the exclamation point. Fitzroy hit 5 in a fury. And Josh Allen, who got it all going with a scorching hit, that time showed some finesse to find the calmest of finishes, and then he was picked out by Aripidou, who couldn't clear his lines. Peluso set it back for Parthamos. Now Sewell, Allen couldn't steer it back for the Australian international, who was charging. And now Stelitano fancied a hit from range. That's a brilliant save from Sean Price. Elastically across to deny a very well hit Stelitano strike. He's now found again by Cooper, and Allen intervened. Dustizada set for Cooper, who couldn't get beyond Parthamos, and it broke for Peluso, who can counter. The shout of hold was from Josh Allen, who wanted him to slow up. Peluso then set it for him. Return for Peluso, off Dustizada and off the post. Somehow Fitzroy didn't score, and now Stellitano is charging. A cheeky bit of skill to get beyond Parthamos, and Peluso happy to clear his lines. Adam Cooper wanted the 1-2 with Stellitano. Wasn't able to be found. Again lobbed long. Again Fitzroy go very direct. Just looking to find a way. It's a Pierce for number 6 at this point. Haby on a venture. Ibby Haby with a sweet strike. And it forced a good save from Price. His amazing run was almost something amazing for Moreland. And again, Haby afforded space and just got over the line. Right in the nick of time. Ben Howe, the referee on the near side, had whistle in mouth, ready to blow. Haby got it over the line in even a split millisecond longer. That whistle would have blown. Stellitano, Cooper. Again, Giovanni Stellitano. Cooper pressed by Allen. Those two trying to work their way out of a Fitzroy bundle well, and it's given away to Parthamos, who had it cut out by Dustizada, who then nearly gave it him right back. There's Cooper, Uripidu, lovely flick, and Dustizada. Price denies, the move stayed alive, and in fact they ran out of room as Stellitano smashes in. And Adam Cooper there to make a point. Never short of a comment of usually some cheek. The Moreland captain, as Uripidu gave it away to Russo, and Fitzroy can charge. Dustizada slowed him up well. Allen couldn't thread for Peluso. Dustizada, Stellitano, who set it back for Dustizada. Lovely footwork from those two. Russo then intervened, and Peluso is charging, and Cooper made the challenge. Uripidu, Dustizada, who was hurried, and Stellitano couldn't keep it alive. Peluso, Nepomuceno. This a far more patient, a far more... You get the feeling it could be experimental later on, Fitzroy approach. Time is ticking down. Moreland starting to tire a little bit now. That set have been there for some time. Cooper, Dustizada, Uripidu, Stellitano. I can run out of room. Sean Price, the last Parthamos, Russo. So many of that title-winning contingent out on court for Fitzroy. The only from the Season 1 2025 title-winning team from Moreland so far out on court is Adam Cooper and Ibby Haby as well. So they have two. And Haby tried to slide it for Stellitano and couldn't. Nepomuceno wanted it post-haste from Price, as he thought he might have been able to catch Haby out, and lofted his effort over. This obviously not the fullest Moreland outfit they can field. Aside from the opening night, aside from recent weeks, this is a club that have turned a corner. There's Adam Cooper, He's one of the ones that's been leading that change. Set back for Havey. Happy to venture beyond halfway. And then was pressed by Peluso and starved of options. And Peluso with an open net has steered it wide. Havey had his blushes spared. A heart-in-mouth moment for him. He was just slowly encircled and suffocated before being unable to see anything but Cosimo Russo in his mirrors. Nepomuceno around Cooper, Havey down low, Stelitano wanted to flick it for Euripidu but couldn't find him. Russo, Filio, Peluso, Cosimo Russo, going back to Christian Peluso. And then searching, Havey had gone early and rolled it for Cooper, who is on the charge, and Cooper fancied one. And the effort is hit wide. A minute to the stop clock in the season's second Classico. Maybe more than one timeout. There's Adam Cooper. So back for Dustizada. Timeout being flirted with, apparently to try and punish Fitzroy. Stelitano. Dustizada. Set it for Stelitano, who scores. And Moreland have picked one more back. Deficit 3, that timeout sheet handed in. And Giovanni Stelitano has something to smile about on his evening. As Russo, Swall, Filio, stop clock territory hits. As Filio goes charging and dancing and firing, and Nepomuceno steers in at the back post. And Fitzroy have hit their rivals for 6. And more than one timeout. Stop clock territory ticked over into Fitzroy have found 6 after Stelitano added a second. As we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 6, Moreland 2. We return from timeout. Fitzroy in firm control, as they have been from the off. Moreland, much maligned in their efforts. This, not the exact showcase of the side that they have been in the last month, and it is due to a severe lack in numbers, a severe lack of ability to rotate, and to add some dynamism to the system. But Euripidu set it back for Cooper. Stelitano, they will now be just looking to see how many they can steal for the road with them. The buffer you feel insurmountable at this point in time. Fitzroy fired on all cylinders. It's been a match for them where their style has fluctuated. It was fiery and fast-paced at the start of both halves, and then it had fluctuated into a much calmer, more patient approach. As the halves have ticked on, it's not taking the foot off the gas, it's more just trying to see new ways to pick apart sides. As Aripidu sets it back for Cooper. Justizada. Cooper again. Who chipped it over for Justizada, off the post and in. And again, Moreland half the deficit. A really well-worked goal. The chip from Adam Cooper was delightful. And the finish from Justizada deft. And the kick-off for Fitzroy momentarily delayed. Nepomuceno. It has been their night still. Moreland just chipping away at this point in time. Fitzroy looking to find another. Peluso, Russo, they'll walk it in. And Cosimo Russo scores, of course, in this fixture. Who else than a man who loves playing Moreland more than anyone? His record impeccable and imposing whenever this fixture comes to town. Cooper, Justizada, Stelitano, Aripidu. Couldn't get beyond Peluso. Russo intervened. Fitzroy are hungry for more now. Russo through the legs of Cooper and over and wide. Adam Cooper had Justizada, went provocatively for Stelitano, and Saul quickly bustled across. Russo, Allen, set it back for Cosimo Russo once more. Out the other way was Corey Swall, who was waiting on the run of Josh Allen, who tiptoed round Justizada, and Aripidu hammered it away. Allen around Aripidu, set it back for Justizada. Now on for Adam Cooper. That's a spearing switch for Stelitano, who couldn't muscle away round Saul, who did superbly and then was impeded by a sliding Stelitano. Saul off the reset. Allen. Fitzroy have been at their ferocious best tonight, and Peluso is hungry to get himself involved and has steered it wide. This, quite a goal fest. Of course, they played out a 5-5 thriller last season as Justizada was dancing. Allen got a foot on it. Swall happy to calm it all down. Allen refound Saul. Russo dropped off for him. Moreland press disjointed, and now Russo's got yardage. Cooper in retreat. Allen was central. Peluso was found on the switch. Stelitano stood him up. Reset for Russo. Habe denied the first and the second, and then was allowed to gather at the end of a very good piece of goalkeeping. Justizada, Cooper, Stelitano. They go the high press. Went through the legs of Peluso, and Price prevents the corner just. Christian Peluso again. Fitzroy just went to try and box Moreland in. Do they want to inflict more pain before the night is out? Peluso. Game slowing almost to a stop. Saul. Cooper's challenge good. And Justizada's with him. Peluso, Cooper evaded him. And got a flick from Filio. Aripidu. Stelitano. Returned it for Aripidu, who kept it alive. Crashed it back for Adam Cooper. Filio went to shut the door. Stelitano gave it a flick. It was blocked. Cooper came crashing in. What a save that is from Price. Brilliant denial from point blank range. There's Allen, Peluso inside the final minute. Returned it for Allen, out the other way for Saul. Filio. Peluso, lovely flick. Saul, they'll walk it in, and Aripida will block it on the line. Corner with haste. Allen gave it a hit, and it was well wide. A knowledgeful look from both. Habe will roll it to Stizada for Cooper. Is there one last piece of pride at stake for Moreland? Cooper wanted Stelitano, who didn't oblige him with an overlap. And that, for the season's second Classico, will be that. Fitzroy were ferocious, Moreland were undermanned. 2 from 2 in the cup for the reigning series futsal champions. For the Blues, an evening they won't want to replicate anytime soon. Full time in Darabin, it's Fitzroy 7, Moreland 3. The penultimate piece to a Sunday special. Two sides in their respective divisions, only ever so slightly on the outside looking in when it comes to the title race. Ariane's 5 points adrift of the championship's top trio. The case after defeat to RMIT in their previous league outing. For a side so close to the playoffs and then so close to series futsal promotion in and of itself, they are looking for a second straight trip there come year's end. An early season setback in that way against a promotion rival wasn't envisioned, and neither was that for a start, as Xavier Fernandez drills Melbourne Aku ahead in next to no time. A flowing move, finished fiercely, and Aku get themselves off to the perfect start. And for Xavier Fernandez, such a well-taken finish. Showcase of his talent, a showcase of an Aku side's ability. One which finds them only 2 points off the top of the table itself in the Premiership. 3-1 win over Hart last time, and now a positive start here. They are looking to continue in that vein. They're victorious over Footscray in their opening cup outing as well, as Ruslan drags his effort wide. But this group wanted a big start to this year, a big year, and they've got just that. However, Arians on a quick comeback have hit the bar. Angelatos then had to poke it away. Ruslan's charging on the counter. Jerry Angelatos was there after Angus had hit the bar. Remarkably close to an equaliser. Having just gone behind, Jalali was oh so close. And perhaps unfortunate not to find the back of the net. And a quick look at the availabilities on the bench for both of these sides. Both Mar brothers, Lucas Grigg also, Francis and Noah, and Marcus Fernandez, who is nursing an injury, finds himself on the Aku bench as they search forward once again. Baquero cleared it away only as far as Angelatos, who got a deflection and a corner. A really quick start for Aku. Team in violet wanting purple rain as Angelatos got away from Jalali the first time but not the second, and now they can charge. Baquero got a poke and it's 1-1. In no time, Arians have ripped it right back. A rapidly quick counter. Aku were caught out. And Arians have snatched themselves right back on terms. There was a corner at one end that prevented the chance at the other. However, Ruslan is charging, and Fernandez couldn't find his second. Ali Reza Shamkhani with a good save. He was quick to release to find Jalali. Now Baquero, who went round Angelatos and flashed his effort wide. Two Angelatos is combined. Set back for Xavier Fernandez. Now Ruslan. Fernandez. Angelatos. Again, Angus finds Jerry, and this time his pocket was picked. And the opportunity to go forward, which presented Reza Tamori, was short-lived, and he's in some discomfort, having taken a tumble. Got up rather gingerly as William Venegas prepping to make his introduction. Tamori makes way, they're hoping it's minor. In the meantime, Jalali's side ball set it back for Venegas, who's drilled it just wide. Inches from a quick fire turnaround. And flipping this game on its head inside 5 minutes. It's Francis Marr. On to Noah Marr, who's got a new look to him. The package goes peroxide as he switches for Angelatos. Angus finds Jerry again. Now Francis Marr. Angelatos. Noah Marr. Two sets of brothers out on court. And the Mars do well to get out of a tight situation and then turn back into one. Jalali was hunting. Noah Marr did well. Shokri was waiting to challenge too. Now Francis Marr threaded. It was a Marr show for a minute. And then Baquero was there to win it. And Marr was battling and was given a tug before giving away a free kick. Venegas. Baquero. Speared it for William Venegas once more. Who went the switch for Francis Marr, and it was cut out well. Jalali got it back from Venegas, switched it for Baquero. Shokri was the only one further forward. He's got Angelatos to go round and wasn't able to do so. Aku have made such a hot start to the season. That defeat, which they suffered in the campaign early on, the only thing preventing them from being top of the table. As Venegas gives away a free kick in a dangerous position. Now he was warned, and he had a lot of Noah Marr, and on that occasion failed to surrender his grasp. And he had more of Marr than the referee Ben Howe was comfortable with. Francis Marr's free kick is a perler. Hits with fizz, with force, and Aku have got their lead back. A delightful drive. Ali Reza Shamkhani could only pick it out. In fact, a complete apology, he is not the one named this evening. Arians with a rotated lineup for the cup. One thing that stands firm is that that was a flashing free kick and a dashing one from Francis Marr, and here he is again. Noah Marr on for Owen. Wanted to thread it for Venegas. It was cut out well, though. Now Bakero, who wanted to work a yards. And forced a good save out of Baker. There's Mohammed Rahimi, the one in between the sticks instead this evening. Corner taken, Shockley couldn't get there. Irwin wanted to bundle his way through. Him and Venegas almost became intertwined. Here is Shockley. A much more patient approach from Arians thus far. Bakero had Khadri peeling one way. Venegas was the other one deepest to give him a hand. And Bakero belted it, and Shockley's touch was heavy, though he appreciated the idea. Quite the night of futsal so far. And quite the afternoon before that too. Footscray made light work of Braybrook. RMIT and Kensington played out a thriller. The Classico saw Fitzroy be ferocious. Northcote and Hume battled in an incredibly entertaining encounter that the Black Army got the better of. It has been some night. And in the other encounter, a close one. Thornbury were run by RMIT to the very brink. As a giveaway from Khadri, Francis Marr did it for Law, whose flick was pushed wide. Halfway stage of the first half hit. So far, Aku will be happier. That goal, courtesy of a beauty from Francis Marr on the free kick, giving them the lead and giving them a position of real positivity. They look to go 2 cup wins from 2, both against championship opposition. But again the giveaway, and Noah Marr was inches wide from a golden touch from a man with golden hair. It's Venegas, Bakero. Happy to slow it down almost to a stop. Sebastian Bakero again, they were waiting on options. Khadri was one down the line, no, Marr went to press. Bakero, Venegas tried to work their way out of a tight situation well. Irwin was firm but fair, but Aku can't counter. And now a golden opportunity as Francis Marr got a good challenge in. Xavier Fernandez set it back for JJ Law. Now Connor Irwin. Fernandez. Irwin once more. Threaded wonderfully. Almost a brilliant move. It's a good foot in by Rahimi. Bakero. Venegas. Had Bande down the line. And Khadri the other option. Again, Arians unable to play out as they please. Bakero's lost his footing. Irwin has gone the long way round and had his effort blocked. The return for Fernandez. Bakero's back hunting and bustling and getting a challenge in. And an improper substitution. Jalali reintroduced. And a yellow card issued. That's the way of Khadri. Small moments like that for an Arian side who had 2 sent off last week as well. They can ill afford more careless discipline. This evening, of course, has only seen 1 sending off, but Jalali is driving. And it's a good save from Baker. Arian's corner. Bande's take, couldn't find Jalali. Fernandez, now Law. Set it back for Ruslan, on for Connor Owen. Law. Ruslan. Dinked it up for Fernandez, whose touch was tidy. JJ Law, Connor Owen. Played themselves out what could have been a precarious position well. Owen lost out though, and Jalali was driving, and Fernandez had to hammer it away. Venegas, Bande. Back for Venegas, Jafari, who went searching for Jalali, who had dropped off. And Galatos tried to steer it for Fernandez. It took a ricochet and found Baker. And Galatos spearing one to another, and Aku were in. Ruslan was waiting, set back for Angelatos off the bar. Jerry found Angus, who crashed it off the woodwork. There's Venegas. Bande. Drilled it for Jalali, who left it, and Baker was sprawled. And now Angus Angelatos can head the other way, away from one, and then out of play. As we tick towards the stop clock. At the moment, Aku lead it only just. Arians have created a couple of good looks. Jafari couldn't get around either Angelatos. Ruslan. Angelatos. Fernandez tried to shift away from Jalali. It was forced back to Ruslan. Now on for Angelatos, who fancied to hit himself. It's a brilliant save from Rahimi, who sprung across to steer it away. Angelatos, Ruslan. Took a deflection, will be a corner. Which Angelatos saunters over to take. Jerry for Angus, who again hammers over. But for Melbourne Aku so far, it's been a much more fluid performance than they were able to showcase last week against Carlton Heart. It was a real grind of a game. A proper contest in and of itself. As Fernandez found Angelatos, and the ball on the return was just too far a stretch. They're hoping that performance is the one out of the system, but Jalali is driving. And Jafari went to return it. There's a scramble. Fernandez on the end of the chaos. Cleared away for a hit, blocked by Ruslan, and now the counter could be on. And Galatos unable to keep it. Tamori, Jalali, Jafari, it's wide. A good Arians move, and they now want a timeout. And Galatos, Jerry to Angus, Ruslan for Fernandez, who spun Jalali. Set it back for Ruslan just. And Galatos, cut out by Venegas, and now Angus and Galatos. Wanted to thread for Jerry. Cut out well by Tamori. No foul given. And Galatos continued. The save from Rahimi, the following from Ruslan, denied too by Venegas. Somehow, some way, they don't find a way through. And now Arians can break. Jafari was on the far side. Fernandez was in retreats, and they run out of room. Tamori was tiptoeing. Angelatos, great challenge by Jalali, who was then sat down as Angelatos went marching. Francis Marr. Angus Angelatos, now Jerry. Francis Marr. Jerry Angelatos. Patience from Melbourne Aku, and Noah Marr had a hit, and Aku have a corner. Looking for a buffer before the break. Set for Noamar, who blazes over, and now Arians will have that timeout. 3 to go to the break in what's been a tight first half. It's Arians 1, Aku 2. We return from timeouts. Aku hold a slender lead. Arians are pushing and pressing to try and find a way back into this game. Thus far they haven't been able to. But there is time for that to change. Down the stretch at the end of the first half. The flick was cut out by Francis Marr, who set it off for Jerry Angelatos, who ran out of room. Has been a very closely fought half, a tense and cagey occasion. Aku finding more rhythm than they did last week. You can feel that they're still struggling to hit top gear though. That being said, when doing that, finding a way to win is never a bad thing. As Francis Marr, now Noah Marr. It's a lovely ball for Angelatos, who couldn't step Jalali. Tamori, Marr dangled a leg, Venegas, Jalali. Tamori evaded the press well, set it for Venegas. Now Baquero, who went searching for Jalali, who couldn't keep the move alive for Tamori. And Galatos finds Ma, who had to clear. A call from the Aku bench for a double Ma change down in the final 2 minutes of the first half. Connor Owen and JJ Law prepping to come back on. There's Khadri. Dropped it off for Venegas, who was waiting on the run of Baquero and has now run himself into trouble. Angelatos is hustling him. And Venegas did well enough in the end. Rahimi. Venegas. Tamori. Again, they're not able to get further than Angelatos, and if that is to be his final involvement in the first half, he's had quite the opening 20. Irwin. As Ma left it. Angelatos. Now Francis Ma. Khadri got a foot in, set all the way back for Baker. It was quickly on for Connor Owen, who wanted the thread for Angelatos, who'd made a late darting run. Just wasn't quite able to find him. Baquero. Final minute of the first half. Arian searching for an equaliser, and Tamori's flashed it wide. They were inches from a leveller late on in the first half piece. Francis Ma on for Noah Ma. Those two again just sorted out. Aku wanting to see the seconds down to the break. Lovely from Francis Ma and a good challenge from Tamori. It will be a corner. Francis Ma took for Noah Ma. Owen made it work and they're out of room. Venegas went to look long for Khadri. Ma and Law worked themselves into and out of and into trouble again and then out of it again. Noah Ma trying to tiptoe his way through them all. It's reset for Tamori, who couldn't clip it for Khadri. Dying embers of the first half. Is there one last look? Aku wants a buffer. Ma, Owen. It took two ricochets. Law for Noah Ma, who is happy to soak up some of the seconds. Those two brothers link up once more. Francis Ma. It's been a good half from Aku. Is there one late twist? Law, they're running out of time. It's a good save from Rahimi, and Tamori will see the clock down. But so far, for the series futsal side, it is so good. Ariane's got themselves level, but a fizzling Francis Ma free kick is the difference maker at the break. Half time in Darebin. It's Melbourne Arians 1, Melbourne Aku 2. We return from half-time. A first half that was quite a bit of an arm wrestle between these two teams. Aku have the upper hand thanks to a Francis Marr free kick. They were ahead, they were reined in, and they have now got themselves back in a more positive position once again. They're chasing back-to-back cup wins. For Arians, they took Moreland close last time and are looking for it, but Francis Marr's on his own. That's a brilliant save to deny him. Right at the start of the second half, Aku were looking for a quick-fire goal. Rahimi wasn't having it, however. As Jalali looked long. Noah Marr with room to roam. And a shout for a corner is waved away. Tamori, when searching for Bakero, Francis Marr flicked it on well. And now JJ Law. Noah Marr, Francis Marr. Tidily worked. Now Connor Irwin, who sold Francis Marr short as he'd progressed. Arians have a free kick. And there's a couple questioning if that should be a yellow card or not for Francis Marr. Referee Ben Howe entertains the conversation, but does not brandish a booking. Bakero Set it for Tamori, who thrashed his effort over. There's Law. Owen. Jalali picked his pocket. And ever so nearly created an opportunity out of nowhere. Aku had their pockets picked. And were oh so close to paying the full price for it. Had that found the net, they would have been robbed and returned without a penny. Francis Marr. Law was wanting Owen to charge, and Bakero was not diligent enough. Connor Owen set it back for Noah Marr. Law. And the switch for Francis Marr. Owen. Aku turning the screw. Law steered it. Marr got it ahead. And somehow couldn't manufacture a shot. Law back for Francis Marr. Set it for Connor Owen once more. Now JJ Law, who dragged his effort. And Noah Marr was just screaming out on the switch that he was an option. He was open and available, should he want to be found. Owen dispossessed. Jalali. Chokri set it back. Bakero not able to go beyond Noah Marr, and now the counter could be on, but Bakero's dive was a good one. A very fast pace to start this second half, where the first started quickly and then meandered till it's refound its groove. This has both teams who are eager to try and fly out the blocks. Aku wants a buffer, Arians want parity. There's Owen. And then Sol Francis Marshall, and Jalali's rolled it wide. Oh, what a look. Could that come back to haunt them? A gilt-edge opportunity for Arians to get themselves level. Inside 5 second half minutes. And now Noah Marr is charging. And the slide from shot crew prevented a second attempt. Desperately close to levelling this game up again. Had they found a way through, that would have been something. Jalali just needed a finishing touch. Fernandez flashed it. Rahimi got a foot to it. Cleared only as far as Noah Marr, who finds his brother Francis. Marr clipped it, but to no one in particular. And Rahimi had to be cautious. They didn't give away a careless corner. Venegas sold short by Jalali. Law had a lash. And the ball trickled out of play. Law set it. Fernandez flashed it. Nobody was at the back post. But you can see what they're trying to build there. They're waiting on an opportunity for a runner. The run was Noah Marr on that occasion, who Law wanted to find on the counter, and now Jalali could go. Arians have got a break. Jalali had a hit. Baker parried, and Fernandez blocked. They want handball. Chokri still battling. And now Francis Marr can go the other way. Venegas to go round, and Rahimi makes a good save. Francis Marr got it back from Noah Marr, allowed to swivel, and it's a good save from Rahimi. A tidy tip over the top. Francis Marr. He couldn't break back for Xavier Fernandez, and Marcus Fernandez was very vocal about Noah Marr making way on the Aku bench, as Angelatos bundled it in. Miscommunication at the back from Alban Arians, and Angelatos stole in and scored. It took the first, second, third attempt, but he rolled it calmly once he finally found an angle. And Aku, who needed that goal for a buffer, have got it. There's Bakero. There's a real rush for Arians to get back into the game. Angelatos is hustling Bakero, who has run himself into trouble. It ricocheted off the post. And the shouts for a penalty were waved away. There was a brief Aku appeal that they should have had a spot kick. Ben Howe didn't see eye to eye. Bakero, Shokri, whose touch was loose, but Ruslan came crashing through. Tale of two different touch lines. Joe Akon quite vocal. For the Arians bench, it's more a distinct private conversation. As Rahimi went searching, Ruslan was unable to find a way through. But it won't come back to hurt Aku. Banday's touch was loose. Evening's final installation up next. A Pascoe Vale side who, despite having looked like they turned a corner a fortnight ago, were mauled by Moreland in a 7-2 defeat last week. They face a Carlton Heart team still searching for their first win in all competitions of the new calendar year since their re-promotion to Series Futsal. That's the late kick-off to round out a 7-game Super Sunday. One of real intrigue, of real purpose and of real importance to both sides. You've got to remember, Pascoe Vale can stay near the top of the League's Cup table, whereas Carlton Heart can just affirm that the good performances that they've been putting in recently aren't wasted. Back here as Venegas mops up. He then went to thread it, and it had too much on it for Banday. Jafari was the one further back, also unable to be found. Approaching the halfway stage of the second half. Aku the only ones to add on their half-time score set. Arians had a gilt-edge opportunity which was steered wide and then were made to pay for it moments later. That has been the tale. Aku have been clinical in a game which has been full of energy, quite scrappy at times. But when it's found the rhythm, the futsal has been rather good. Baker threaded it for Ruslan, who had Angelatos streaming either side of him. Went for Jerry. Fernandez. Back for Jerry Angelatos. He tried to thread to find Angus, whose touch was a good one, and Ruslan's returned it. Jerry Angelatos, glorious touch! And almost the glorious finish to match. Steered wide of the post, but not by much. That touch, that chest down, just to take it, was Luis Suarez-esque almost. From way back when. Back when he called Anfield home, that's how long we're going. And that one from Angelatos, not quite as suave. Here's Banday. Venegas, who wanted a runner. Khadri gave him one, but he went back for Banday, who was pressed by Fernandez. Khadri unable to keep it alive. Fernandez with fizz. Banday cut it out. Venegas. Khadri. Lost out to Fernandez. Now Angelatos, who had to twist and turn his way out of trouble. Recycled through Baker. Now Angus Angelatos wanted to steer it for Jerry down the line. Venegas cut it off and steered it for Jafari, who turned it over. Another good look goes begging. First time really in this half that Aku were exposed. Arians couldn't make it count. That could prove costly. They are still chasing this game. As Angelatos tried to bustle his way through and then couldn't find Fernandez. And Rahimi threw it straight into him. Great challenge by Jafari, who can go on the counter. Wanted runners left and right, and nobody obliged him with it. It allowed Angelakos to get a foot in. Now Fernandez in retreat is there to cool it all down. That's rather wasteful from Ruslan. Band-Aid. Jafari couldn't spin. A little bit of protest on the far side, waved away by Michael Ciares. That's a lovely touch from Angelatos for Ruslan, who set it on for Irwin. Venegas got a foot in, Jafari came crashing, and then William Venegas take two was a more successful tackle. This is an Aku side who have built themselves on defensive resilience as much as attacking ingenuity, and Angelatos is in, and Rahimi denies him. And then Venegas came crashing. Irwin, the other way for Law. A lovely step and a foul by Tamori. An Aku free kick. Law rolled it for Ruslan. JJ Law. The other way for Angelatos, who had two to contend with. And now Tamori, who was found by Khadri, went on his own. And Baker was unbothered. Connor Irwin. Threaded for Noah Marr, who was able to sidestep well and then ran into Khadri. Irwin had it almost full for him, and Rahimi did well. Just to deny, and rolled it quickly for Bakero. Under a minute to the stop clock starts. As Marr happy to hammer it away. Arians just in more of a hurry. Sebastian Bakero. Slid it for Tamori, who returned it. Bakero gave it a belt and belted it over. Timing now of the essence. Aku know they're 5 away from closing out. Back-to-back wins in the League's Cup as Marr has steered his effort over. Shokri on for Tamori. Now Jalali, who had two to sidestep. Irwin let it trickle back for Baker, who is on for Francis Marr. Fernandez. Irwin had a drive himself, and Noah Marr steered it in on the line. It may have already crossed the line. Connor Irwin will claim it. Aku have added 4. It had been coming for some time. Not quite the goal he might have had in mind, but they all count. Irwin crashed through. Did Rahimi for pace. And Arians, who just were trying to hang in there and maybe force something during the stop clock, now truly have got this result beyond them. You would imagine. Tamori, good challenge from Francis Marr, and Fernandez came in at the second try. Bakero. Wanted to go the long way around Noah Marr, and Francis Marr came crashing through. And a bit of friendly fire for the Aku bench. Ruslan and Fernandez took evasive action, as that's quite an easy one for Baker to gather. from the resulting side ball. Fernandez was then under pressure. No, Amar peeled away. On for Connor Irwin, who was motoring. Set it back for Mar. It's a lovely move. Mar again forced to set back. Fernandez. Francis Mar. Threaded for Noah. Wonderful link up and lash wide. But they are getting closer to adding a fifth. Owen might do it. Rahimi with a good save. That's a good switch from Temori for Bakero. Jalali was fouled by Connor Owen. JJ Law may be getting ready for one last reintroduction. As Temori's touch was loose. Jafari up. Maybe he could come on towards the end to inject some life into Arians as Connor Irwin comes crashing through in retreat. Bakero. Rahimi. Speared it superbly for Shokri. Temori. Jalali. Bakero. Showed too much of it to Nomar and then kept it alive before the challenge was good, and Aku will have it. Connor Irwin on for Francis Marr. Irwin once again, Jalali kept it alive as well. Over Baker and out for a corner. And Connor Irwin, you get the feeling, is going to get a yellow card, and he is. Michael Ciaris not best pleased with what was said. Irwin with a rather vicious vernacular on that occasion. And one which Michael Ciaris didn't appreciate. Now they need a new ball, as again it's decided to vacate Darebin Community Sports Stadium on this Sunday night. Fernandez. Mar. Set it back for Fernandez. There was no way out. Jalali made sure of that. Francis Mar. Angelatos. Mar again. It's a sharp swivel. Had Jalali to go around. It's good for him from Venegas as well, who got it back from Temori. Francis Mar was unrelenting as Temori threaded it for Jalali, who tried to bustle beyond Fernandez and left a foot in. And Ben Howe quickly across to put down the letter of the law. Approaching the final two of the penultimate piece of the evening. Aku have it sewn up. It would take a Melbourne Arians miracle from here. Pascoe, Vale and Hart preparing next to round out the evening. It will be the second installation of the Series Futsal Leagues Cup. It's Venegas. Threaded it for Temori, who tussled with Fernandez, who did well. And Galatos dropped it off for Mar, who threaded it again for Angus Angelatos. And Jerry was on his own. Fernandez busting Angelatos. They'll walk it in. It's 5-star Aku Futsal. A fabulous break to ensure that in the cup they are going 2 for 2. The Arians inquest will start, but that was a blistering Aku breakaway. Finished in fashion. 5 for acting as interim Joak on side this evening. A very, very well-worked performance. There's Venegas. Band-Aid. Can Arians take one for the road, or can Ruslan inflict more? Was waiting on Angelatos, who showed no signs of slowing down. Venegas lost out. Ruslan set it back for Law, who threaded it superbly for Angelatos. And it's a good save from Rahimi. Now Venegas was waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Ruslan went and gave Law a hand. Venegas got it back from Band-Aid, set it for Baquero. Venegas around Angelatos and wins a free kick. Baquero's take, and it's a good punch from Baker. This then a positive night for Melbourne Aku. They will be victorious in violet. 2 from 2 in the cup. The perfect start for them. And yet another strong note on a season that they've begun warmly. Started with summer sun in Evergreen, and even in autumn that has stood true. Angelatos worked to yards. A good block from Band-Aid in the end. Who was able to track all the way. Angelatos, Law. Baker happy to go quickly, and then couldn't thread it for Ruslan. Jafari, Baquero. Have Arians got one for the road, or are Aku going to hold them out? Baquero, Venegas wanted the return, gathered by Baker. So 2 for 2 in the cup for Melbourne Aku. A strong start to the season continues for them in quite convincing and imperious fashion. Full time in Darabin. It's Melbourne Arians 1, Melbourne Aku 5. About to be two checked off for the Cup. The closing act is one of the most intriguing ties given the results of 7 sleeps ago. Pressure back on Pascoe Vale. A mauling at the hands of Moreland leaves the Lions still with a singular league win to start the season. The Cup so far has been kinder. On the other hand, a convincing win over Northcote, the kind of performance they're capable of, though consistency is key. Carlton Heart remain close, but not quite close enough. Still awaiting a first win this season. They're hoping tonight is that night. A pair of 2-goal defeats in the league and a close-up cup tie against Fitzroy. They will be hoping it all, at long last, comes together. Welcome to Darabin. It's been a marvellous day. If you're just joining us, 6 games already. This, the 7th and final edition on Super Sunday, match day 2 of the Series Futsal Leagues Cup, about to come to a close, and it's quite a tantalising encounter between 2 top-flight teams, hoping to have different starts to their season and hoping that both can use this evening as a springboard for brighter days. It's been quite the goal-laden evening, and you wouldn't expect anything less. In our 6 games so far tonight, 58 goals. And Kevin Lamb is looking to make it 59 in a hurry. Forces a good save out of Matina. We'll send you through the starting lineups while we're at it. Lamb, who just had the aforementioned shot. Isaac Papuanu's in goal. Michael Newen, Jaden Vuong and Sakawal Jarin all starting out for Pascoe Vale. Luca Matina, who made the save. Koan Kura also starts for Hart, alongside Sebastian Wickett, who has been an ever-present at the club in terms of the starting lineup since his return move from Fitzroy. And a pair on the other side of it. Polido is one. And Butcher-Gout, we believe, is the other. There's Michael Newen. Set it for Wal Jarin. He was face-to-face with Butcher-Gout. Switched it for Kevin Lamb, who couldn't get it beyond Kura. Hart happy to hold. Rudy Wickett on the touchline. Will be wanting that win at long last to start his season. Aidan Charchi would have been frustrated. But Wal Jarin is going to put a smile on his face with a chip. A strong start for Saka Wal Jarin. And Pascoe Vale are ahead in next to no time. He just picked the pocket of Seb Wickett, and then with the cheekiest of chips, precisely put Pascoe Vale into the lead. A man who has been in fine goal-scoring touch this season, and he's not done yet. That time pure muscle from Wal Jarin, who wanted to steer it for Lamb and wasn't quite able to. Pascoe Vale searching. Newen, Vuong. And for one final time, your referees this evening: on broadcast side, Daniel Collins; on the far side, Michael Ciaris; and running as the third is Ben Howell, who's had quite the evening, as Newen had his ball cut up by Kura. Quickly on for Butcher-Gout while Jaron was in retreat, and Papuanu was there to gather. He used all of his area, but stifled out the early Hart danger. Lamb on for Newen. Back for Kevin Lamb, who set it for Vuong, and Wickett's challenge was a good one, although he then had to hammer it away. What a night it's been. Day 2 of the Cup. It started on a sunny Sunday afternoon. It has now befallen a dark but clear night. Most recent game, Aku got it done against Starians. Fitzroy beat Moreland. A thriller between Boline and Kensington saw the Eagles soar to new heights in the Cup. RMIT drew Thornbury close, although the Hounds prevailed and showcased their bark and bite in 2026 for the first time. Hume beat Northcote and to start it all off, Footscray gave Braybrook a bit of a battering, and the final one here has Lamb launching and Matina diligently changing, although the difference maker at the moment is one who it has always been for Pascavel so far this season. Sakawal Jarin's goal ensures that they're ahead with just over a quarter of an hour to go in the first half. There's Kevin Lamb. Happy to take things slowly, wanted to thread it for Michael Newen. It got a couple of touches on the way. Vuong, Lamb. Tried to steer it towards Newen, who was central and wasn't quite able to do so. Andre Caro and Nam Pham awaiting introduction, as Polido couldn't find Butragao. Hart just having a couple of glimpses on the counter in this game already. There's Nam Pham. Newen, who got it back from Nam Pham. Set it off for Sakawal Jarin. Nam Pham had made his move. Now Kevin Lamb. Nam Pham, patient from Pascavel. Looking to find a way through Hart. Once again, Newen, Lamb. Again, steered it for Sakawal Jarin, and Matina came the long way to gather it. Butragao. Threaded for Kura down the line. Butragao again, who was part of the championship winning side that made the return to series futsal in the season beyond this one, or just gone from this one. Michael Newen. Now Pham and Newen wanted it back with haste, while Jarin. Nam Pham, again intricate, again poised from the Lions, while Jarin did well to hold off Butragao, then went searching for Newen. It was good judgment from Matina. Wicket can break, while Jarin slid in to good effect. Tonight you get the feeling as close to a must-win as it gets for Pascavel. Been a slightly frustrating, more than slightly, very frustrating start to the season for them. The Cup offering some rare solace from what otherwise has been one where the Lions haven't found their roar to start 2026. They are hoping that changes tonight, as it did against Northcote in their first Cup bout. Carlton Hart can be buoyed by the fact they drew Fitzroy really close when they met for the second time in a fortnight in the Cup. And since then, a close defeat to Hume, who are only off the top on goal difference, and then Aku, who are the next closest challengers. So their start to the season has been fraught with all of the top three. Not exactly a kind reintroduction to the top step. They tried to work their way through. Wicket had Butragao and found him. Hart just looking for a way through. There's Polido. And Michael Newen was there to reset and recycle. And he's now given room to charge. Polido. Butragao was charging at Nam Pham, who couldn't get round him. And now in fact Hosseini might have his opportunity. It's a good challenge from Caro. That fell for Nam Pham.
Thank you.
And Butragao and Hosseini were too keen on that occasion to go and make the challenge. Hart with another alteration. Newen, while Jarin, as Shaban Rajab makes his first introduction for the evening. Hosseini. Rajab, cut out by Caro. Set back for Michael Nguyen. Threaded for Nam Pham. There's Buttrick out. Rajab. Carlton Hart finding a bit of a groove. Flores. Luis Flores forced back for Shaban Rajab, who had Jarin to go at and was unable to thread it for Hosseini. Andre Caro, the doctor, giving Pascovel many a memory down the years. He'll be hoping there's at least another cup run in the midst of all of that. As well, Jarin. Again, patient. Nam Pham gave it away, and it fell for Flores, who had Rajab on the overlap, while Jarin tried to challenge. Michael Nguyen did too. Neither could, and it ricocheted up for Hosseini. Buttrick. The return found its way there, but the shot was on the slide and sliced as a result. Kalankura getting ready for another stint. There's Andre Caro. Halfway stage of the first half of the evening's final edition. While Jarin not around a lunging Rajab. And since that opening goal, Pascovel have just tried to be patient, have tried to pick parts apart. Heart have held firm for the time being. And Pham for Caro, and they will do it all over again. Corner quickly, and Andre Caro, precise, razor sharp from the doctor, who adds a double and already is undoing the Carlton Hart sutures. It was surgical, the corner. Precise, textbook, and 2-0 to Pascovel, who are just starting to smile again. And here is Caro once more. Set it back for Nam Pham. Caro. Nguyen. Those two linking up tidily. Now Nam Pham, back for Michael Nguyen. Andre Caro. Oh, threaded terrifically, and Nguyen appreciated the idea and appreciated the invention. Another Pascovel change. Quick turn over. There's Rajab, slows the game down to a stop. Hosseini had Reda Nidal to go at. Papuanu. Caro. And here's Nidal, who was hustled and had his pocket picked, and Flores was looking to charge, but unable to do so. Hearts doing what they did when they went one down, just starting to steal a bit of momentum back. It's not the immediate pressure to put Pascovel under, but there is just a little bit of a want to try and unnerve the Lions thus far. As Kevin Lamb afforded many a yard by Rajab. The search was central. Nidal dangled a foot, as did Turgut. And Papuanu spilled and then recovered. Just in the nick of time, as it was dipping nightmarishly from under his hands, and Turgut couldn't get beyond Rajab. Andre Caro. Just wanting Lamb to stay as an option. Turgut. Lovely flick to find Lamb, who just peeled away and now had runners either side. Went the thread for Turgut again. And it's a good chase from Matina to deny the corner. Now Rajab. Turgut stuck a leg out. Kura with loft. Rajab, it took a deflection. Papuanu did brilliantly and then lobbed it on for Lamb, who threaded down the line for Nidal. And Hosseini dived in to good effect. Taken quickly for Turgut. Thrashed away for Hosseini to break. Hart had 3-on-2 momentarily. And again, it didn't come to fruition for a Hart side who are just starting to hunt with a little bit more intention. Kura, Rajab gave it a low drive and Lamb hooked it off the line. It was then cleared by Caro out towards the commentary box after Nidal dropped it off for him. Wicket. Kura. Went back for wicket, he went with height and Caro saw it through to Papuanu. Stop clock approaching in a first half that has flown by. Sako Aljarin started it, Andre Caro added to it, and Pasco Vale are in positive lands once again. As Flores made it awkward for Wicket, whose touch was a little loose, and then he sidestepped Turgut, but not away from Nidal, whose challenge was good. Flores then almost had his pocket picked, and Hart worked their way out of the press just about. Wicket on the switch for Pulido, whose effort was not far away and swerving late. Kevin Lamb and Pasco Vale have done oh so well that when it comes to taking the sting out of this half so far. Caro came crashing through. Flores. Have Hart got something to get them right back into the game on the stroke of half time? Wicket. Went to drive it to Flores, who wasn't able to spin Lamb. Set it back for Kura. A couple of deflections. Papuanu commanded quite coolly and confidently. So far, for the Charchis, you'd have to say so good. Nidal, however, turned into trouble, and Kura set it off for wicket. They might try to walk it in. Papuanu, and inverted it's bundled in. And in fact, it's been chalked off. Kawan Kura thought he'd got Hart right back in the game, but it struck an arm on the way through. Hart's break for Carlton. Who had finally bustled and looked like they might have some sort of finishing flourish to them, only to have it dialed away agonisingly. While Jarin, Caro, Vuong, back for Andre Caro, Lamb, gave it to Vuong. Caro went clipping and Jaden Vuong continued his run, but couldn't sort his feet out to have a look at goal. Caro with a good read, the next wave going, and Matina parried the first and picked up the second. Wicket, Flores. Shaban Rajab, timeout slip in hand. Teasingly, perhaps. Wicket, Kura. Wonderful footwork from Wicket and a good save from Papuanu, who was quick to release for Vuong, who sidestepped Kura terrifically, a foot in at the second attempt. Pulido then moved it on. Hart can counter. Kura forced to slow up. Set again with Wicket. Pulido, while Jarin was all over him, although he was evaded. Flores. Wicket. Pulido. Papuanu got his angle spot on. And that is where Pasco Vale have been so cool in this first half. Papuanu has showcased a steady hand and has been unimpenetrable thus far. As Flores got away from Caro and squared it, and Cora this time will have it blocked by Lamb. Caro came crashing. Wicked wanted to continue it. And somehow, someway, Carlton Hart can't find the net. Papuanu essentially picked it off the line to preserve his clean sheet. There's Aidan Power on for Wicket. Worked on for Polido, who took a tumble. Wicket, Power. Patient from Hart, long down the line for a chasing Polido, who was never likely to get there. A timeout slip has been handed in. Shaban Rajab, the one to make that move. There's Vuong. How about Jarin? Pascoville being patient. Michael Newen just waiting for an opening. While Jarin thought he had it, Power came across the block. David Ferreira also on for the half's latter stages. Newen for Ferreira on the switch for Sakawal Jarin. Approaching the final minute of the first half. It is one which has been going Pascoville's way so far. They've had a couple of frights, and Wicket was on for a late one, while Jarin's challenge was brilliant, as well as Vuong as collateral damage. Newen, then Vuong once more. Ferreira. Newen continued the run, and Polido came across. Newen's side ball flashed across. They will do it again. This time set back for Wal Jarin. Rajab was charging, and Papuanu, oh my word, it stayed in, and Hart have been given a gift. Rajab was robust and never gave up on it. Papuanu thought it was out. And now Hearts have halved the deficit on the stroke of half-time. Pascoe Vale, pockets picked, blushes brandished. There's Papuanu. There was quite a bit to be unhappy about. Hard to have time out, and there's quite some vocal venom coming from that bench. The timeout issued, 23 seconds to the break. It's Pascoe Vale 2, Carlton Hart 1. Hearts have got 23 seconds to potentially find a leveller to go into half-time. They were 2 down. They then got a gift. Side ball for Rajab. Ferreira couldn't prevent the corner. They are on a late hunt. Rodriguez to take. Rajab worked a yard. Papuanu parried. And then it fell for Flores, who had Namfam to go around. Set it back for Power. Rajab threaded Rodriguez. Not beyond Michael Newen, and Pascoe Vale hold out. So a half that was peculiar, as it was most entertaining. Sakawal Jarin got it going, as he so often has this season. Andre Caro doubled Pascoe Vale's positivity, but right on the stroke of half-time, Shaban Rajab ripped one back and gave Hearts a lifeline. Half-time in the late kick-off in Darabin. It's Pascoe Vale 2, Carlton Heart 1. For the final time tonight, we return from half-time, and at the moment, Pascoe Vale hold the lead, though it is a slender one. They were a double up, but a late Heart rally has them right in the game. 20 to go for both of these sides. Heart looking for a first win, Pascoe Vale wanting to go 2 from 2. So much resting on the next 20 minutes plus stop clock for the final 5 of futsal on your Sunday night. The second match day of the Cup, and it has thrown up some real beauties. This, we are hoping, the final instalment of that is Najdal. Then back to Caro, now Michael Newen, who returned for the doctor. Pascoe Vale just looking to have more of a pep in their step at the moment. Newen battling Lamb, Caro, and courageously kept in. Good hustle and bustle. Here's Nidal again. Kevin Lamb, Michael Newen made his move, Wicket read it well, and now Hart have 3 on 2. Newen's retreating, Wicket wanted to go all the way, and Papuanu came out to put Flores off it. It got a faint flick, and Hart have a corner. Taken quickly for Aidan Power to have a drive. Wicket had to win it. Lamb had to keep his boot on it. And in the end, the Lion was too strong for the Heart. As Lamb moved it on for Flores. Hart hunting. Flores had it open up and flashed his effort wide. Nearly within 90 second half seconds did Hart have themselves level. Michael Newen. Pascoe Vale just starting a little bit more anxious. There's nothing anxious about that from Nidal. On for Lamb, who couldn't beat Rajab. Nidal, Andre Caro, and it's a good save down low. Broke for Flores, who had Newen to evade, who fouled him. And Mahdi Mohammadi, the now keeper for Hearts. So Luca Martina's evening. The half and half tactic coming to a close as Kura, Rajab, threaded again for Karan Kura, who scores! A searing second, and Heart have got themselves level. And what was Pascoe Vale poise turns to discontent with immediate effect. He came crashing in and showcased a classy touch, the kind of touch which is why Hearts brought him over from Northcote. Kura now on the switch for Rajab, who threaded it into his path. Kura's flashed it just wide, and just wide of 2 in a minute. He is causing Pascoe Vale all sorts of problems. And the Lions, to start the half, are looking a little languid. There's Newen. Nidal tried to steer it on for Lamb, but it had too much pace. Easy pick for Mohammadi, who was quickly on for Butragal. Now Kura, who couldn't help it round the corner. "62 goals in a night of cup action and counting." There's Lamb, couldn't find Nidal. And not for the first time. The ball fancies a journey out of DCSS. It's been that kind of day and that kind of night now to follow it. As again, height was had, and again, Caro was in retreat. That's a lovely return from Nidal. Lamb was launching at the back post. Rajab got an all-important touch on it. Nidal kept it going. Lamb couldn't re-find him. And now Rajab can drive. Nidal. Rajab wanted a free kick and will get a free kick. Sakawal Jarin to be reintroduced. The Heart bench still unmoved. Shaban Rajab's free kick. Quarter of an hour to go. Rajab gave it a whack, and Lamb was there, thankfully for Papuanu, who would have been beaten. Rudy Wickett quick to applaud. There's Rodriguez, and they have another corner. A succession of Heart corners now. They are applying the pressure. Rodriguez and Lamb had to launch it. And did so, but into the roof. Rajab wanted Butragal to make the overlap. Found its way to Kura instead, who lost out to Al Jarin. Rajab dived in to good effect. Kura, Butragal, who went the long way round Lamb. Papuanu got a foot, and it finds its way up for a Carlton Heart corner, who are surging at the start of the second half. Rajab on for Rodriguez, who blazes his effort over. But it has been all Carlton Heart to start this second half. The brief Pascoe Vale flurry in the first minute petered out quite quickly. Here's Lamb. Couldn't quite steer it for Wal Jarin. Those two link up quickly. It's a tidy return for Wal Jarin for Kevin Lamb, who stung the palms of Mohammadi. Pascoe Vale now taking their turn to rip some momentum back. While Jarin, Lamb was left longing. Wicker picked his pocket, went round Papuanu, and I'd have turned it right round. 2 down to 3-2 up. And a sharp start to the second half. Has Hart going from hunting to happy. But now they will be hunted. The Lions lacking the bounce and pounce that they had in the first half, as Turgot couldn't get beyond Butregau. While Jaron wanted to spin his way forward. It's superbly done from Sakawal Jaron. And a good challenge from Butregau, who was bundled while Jaron kept going. Pascovel have a corner. And Carlton Hart not best pleased about that. While Jaron's corner found its way to Butregau, and now Wickett, and they could hit on the break, but Michael Newen put a stop to that. Butregau tumbled, Newen took over, found its way to Turgot, who set it back for Lamb. While Jaron, Michael Newen, on for Kevin Lamb. It's a good foot in from Butregau. And a rolling foul issued. Referee Ben Howe strong on the comms just to make sure that the play had its stoppage. As Lamb launched, it took a flick, it will be a corner. Having been 2 up, it is now the Lions who have to push. And Lamb has set that well behind Sakawal Jaron. Wickett. Hosseini. Kura. Went back for Wickett, out the other way for Butregau. Wickett kept it rolling. Kura. For Butregau, who went on the overlap and had to stretch. Although Rudy Wickett likes what he's seeing. And why wouldn't he so far? While Jaron, Nam Pham, on for Michael Newen. Pascovel have to find something. They were purring in the first 10 minutes of this game. And now the halfway stage of the second half, they have it to do. Nam Pham sold Newen into a Carlton Hart cul-de-sac. Wickett was unable to find Kura. Turgut, and now while Jaron, and now the counter could be on. While Jaron went spearing. Mohammadi was there to take the sting out of it and gather it. And now Hosseini, who had a coming together with while Jaron, and Hart have a free kick. And while Jaron, for that, finds himself in the book. It was rather off the ball, and it was rather late. Hart have a free kick, establishing a buffer. Could be quite something. Wickett went short for Pulido, who couldn't get it beyond Turgut. And then set it back for Wickett. Hosseini, who was hustled by Wild Jaron. Sakawal Jaron still snapping at the heels. He's got to be careful. He's already been booked, remember. Hosseini took a tumble. Newen then took over. Hosseini and Wild Jaron again collide. Wickett had a look. Wild Jaron happy to let it trickle out. You get the feeling every time he gets close, they will be up in arms. And here is Wild Jaron. Spearing switch for Pham, who was picked off by Kura, who went on his own, and Papuanu saved. It fell out for Pulido, who skied his effort. Newen. Aidan Chachi in conversation with the official by the benches, and Hosseini given a pullback by Turgut. As wicket makes way, Rajab reinstated. And that is 5 fouls for Pascoe Vale. First time we've hit that figure this evening. The Lions having to proceed with caution to the end as Rajab and Hosseini Namfam on for Jarin. Sakawal Jarin fancied a look. And a good challenge from Hosseini. While Jarin once more. Slid it for Namfam, who got away from power. Cleared only as far as Tuggett. While Jarin left it for Newen, who hooked his effort over. Hart holding on for the time being. They know time is not their friend. For Pascoe Vale, they know the longer this ticks down, the closer they get. A first win of the season, a first win since re-promotion, is now what faces them. Newen. And for the Lions, would this duck to a new low ebb if they were to lose from here? They were 2 up. They had it not quite sewn up, but strongly in their favour. Hosseini, there was a shout for handball waved away. Hosseini wanted to go through the lot. And then took a tumble. Power makes way. Kura reinstated. Rajab entangled with Turgut. Lovely futsal from Hart the other way. Kura tried to poke it, and now Newen can charge. Newen sorted his feet out, moved it on to Namfam. Threaded for Andre Caro. Namfam, Newen, Rajab with a good intervention. Hearts are just doing everything right. Under a minute to the stop clock, and as it stands, they are in position, on pole position, to close out. And Rudy Wickett wants timeout. Caro, Michael Newen. Up beyond Rajab, they'll win it, and that timeout will be issued post-haste. Hart have flipped this game on its head in the second half. 2 down early, trailing at half-time. 2 quick-fire goals means that as we get a timeout, it's Pascoe Vale 2, Carlton Hart 3. Down the stretch. Hart called timeout. Not quite in stop clock territory just yet. Caro nearly made a hash of it, as did Jarin, who battled with Flores. Now Kevin Lamb's got the fly keeper kit on the Pascoe Vale bench. They could be going 5th man in an attempt to save this game. Flores for Rajab, and they took too long to do it. A rare bit of pedestrianism from Carlton Hart. And Lamb is the one instated. So Pascoe Vale will go 5th man. They need a goal to rescue at least a point. Caro got it back from Ferreira. Newen, Andre Caro. Ferreira, they'll keep it. And 2-2, Ferreira wasn't back on the court in time. Small errors on both ends. And Pascoe Vale had that positive position evaporate right before their eyes. As Rajab. For Flores, Ferreira had a lot of him. Flores continued his run. Ferreira continued to dangle. He walked a tightrope. Wicket then lashed it. Pascoe Vale coming seriously close to a sixth. Flores back for Rajab. Hart happy to take the sting out of the situation. Rajab wanted movement. Power gave him some. Rajab couldn't thread for Flores, and now Ferreira, who had room to charge, and Rajab had room to block, and Kevin Lamb will come screaming back on. Caro. Got it back from Wild Jarin. Andre Caro, Wild Jarin. Patience for Pascoe Vale. While Jarin moves centrally. They will keep it. Lamb's in a hurry. Ferreira threaded for Newen. It broke for Caro, who's belted it wide. Every passing opportunity feels as though it's a moment in time as wicket and a shin pad goes flying. And Newen wanted Caro and played it far behind him. Ferreira needing to pick up and replace a bit of kit. Side ball behind Rajab. For then Wicket, who was hustled by Wild Jarin. And Rajab happy to rattle it off him and out of play. What an end to the night we've got. Currently a 5-goal thriller. You get the feeling for Hart one more could ice this. Although Newen is charging and rolled his effort wide. Another gilt-edged look. He had Ferreira on as well. It's flung long for Power, who set it for Buttrigal, who stepped the lots, and Papuanu got a foot on it. Rudy Wicket wants a strike. Set for Rajab, who was the recipient, and then hooked it for Wicket, who left it for Polido, and Papuanu did well. Pascoe Vale switched off again defensively. Hart's having a lot of joy down the flanks. Set for Rajab, crashed it off Papuanu, while Jarin and Polido battled and tangled, and Polido got the final touch. They are in a hurry, the Lions. Caro, Newen, time's ticking away for them to save themselves. While Jarin, Andre Caro. Set for Wild Jarin again. Now Caro on for Kevin Lamb, who flashed it across where no one was home. Newen and Ferreira were the ones. And again, nobody can find a touch in a dangerous area. Launched long for Rajab. And Caro got the final touch. Buttrigal. Rajab almost with cheek. Kevin Lamb had stayed out. Pascoe Vale round the gauntlet, and this is why Lamb couldn't get it over Polido, who then slid into good effect. Ferreira. Lamb again. Ferreira. Caro. Just over 2 to go. Picked off by Polido, who gave it a dink, but it lacked force. Ferreira. Lamb. Couldn't step Polido. And Lamb got the final flick. And he's got to make haste to get back. Pascoe Vale again choosing to leave Kevin Lamb out, and that might be why. Caro on for Wild Jarin. Andre Caro once more. Can they find one more opportunity Or are Hart going to hold out? Newen, Ferreira, Caro, Lamb, work for Jared, oh, it's brilliant! And Pascoe Vale might have just rescued themselves. A terrific move under fifth man, finished by Michael Newen from point blank range, while Jarin kept his cool, and they have levelled it up with 1:45 to find a winner, and now they're charging again, while Jarin, Buttrigo left one on him, and for it will get a yellow card. And Shaban Rajab will join him. Two Carlton Hart outbursts. Again, Kevin Lamb on. Hearts cannot afford to lose their heads. There is still a game to be won, and they can go and win it. While Jarin, Andre Caro, it's a good save, and the net's vacant. Buttrigo found his way to Kura, who couldn't spin Caro. Newen didn't sort his feet. Lamb kept it moving. Newen, Caro, unbelievable! Two in next to no time. And Pascoe Vale might have pinched all three. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Hart 30 seconds ago had it won. Now Lamb is charging. Newen got in ahead of Kura. And Lamb recycles. Caro. Lamb, Caro wanting movement, while Jarin, a lovely sidestep. Saka Al Jarin around wicket, and Kura came crashing. Hosseini had to keep it in, but his touch was too heavy. We're inside the final minute of a Sunday special. Papianu, while Jarin was given enough contact without foul by wicket. Hosseini, Pascoe Vale have to hold off, and Papianu saves, and Hart have a corner. Hart searching. Kura not beyond Lamb, and then it found its way to Al Jarin, who is around one. While Jarin is driving, and he's sent wicket. Saka Al Jarin wants to go round the lot and take time out the game with a setback for Lamb. Now on for Andre Caro. Pascoe Vale inch closer to a tight rope win. Newen, Caro couldn't find Wild Jarin. Hard have got 12 seconds. Is there one last look? Buttrigo couldn't find Kura. That might be that. That might be it. With 1.5 minutes to go, they had it won. And then with 70 seconds remaining, they had it ripped away from them. And it might not be done yet. They're going to get one more go. It is all on this, you feel. Mohammadi Long. Chested down, a shot has to come, and the clock will beat them. Pascoe Vale will hold out. They somehow, some way, stole a victory from the jaws of defeat. The Lions showed some grit. They showed some fight, and they've gone 2 for 2 in the cup because of it. 90 seconds to go. They were a goal down and looking down and out. And then with 60 left, they'd flipped the script on its head. Full time on Sunday's closing acts. It's a brilliant game and a classic to close out in Darabin. Pascoe Vale 4, Carlton Hart 3.
Excellent.